Who is in charge in Africa? Without a doubt, the women are. They are the backbone of Africa. They educate the children. They stay behind when the men leave. They are the guardians of the heavy burden of tradition. If they rebelled, Africa would collapse. But let's not forget the leaders of the village, of the tribe, of the family. Ancestral figures over which the social life of the community gravitates. Above them, above the women and the leaders, modernity has installed a new power, the power of the state.
You have chosen me because I do not have children, and you believe that I will be a good queen. But the Spirit knows that this is not so. My mother has been possessed by the Spirit on many occasions, and I have been as well. He knows that I should not be queen. The Spirit has possessed us all at some point. He knows what should be done. It is true, but I am not in condition to fulfill this job. I am old, and my children have moved to Bissau. Who will help me? What is the point of being queen? No one obeys her anymore. The other queen did not die of old age, but of boredom. I don't want the same thing to happen to me. If I am chosen after all, things are going to change.
The Queen of Kanogo Island died 3 years ago. Following the primary process, which took place throughout the different villages of the island, 3 women have been chosen for the final selection process, which will last between 3 and 4 months. Today, they will announce these 3 candidates. The role of the Queen of the Bijagos Islands is crucial. There is a king who takes care of the issues of the men, and a queen who works with the women. But this queen is not the wife of the king. The role of the queen is an independent job. The women are the true political and social engines of the Bijagos Islands. Aside from having organisms under their own personal power, they own the land where they work. They have a lot of independence when dealing with issues related to relationships and sex. The children belong to them, and it is uncommon for these women to stay with the same man for more than 2 years. Kanogo Island is one of the largest and most inhabited islands of the Bijagos archipelago, which are located 70 nautical miles off the coast of Guinea-Bissau. Its contact with terra firma is minimal, and this has allowed for preserving one of the most peculiar forms of power of Africa.
My name is Julio Atiram, and I am the king of Kanogo Island. This is my home. We used to live on another island. This was a jungle where nobody lived. Our ancestors came here, fleeing from the queen who made their life impossible. That's what they say, and so I tell the same story. The first king who lived on the island was called Jassim. No one knows when this took place since nothing is written down here. History is told from era to era.
But the king does not work alone. He is supported by a cabinet of ministers, which includes 2 distinguished figures, the Okinka, or prime minister, and a spokesperson, who at the same time is in charge of guarding the sacred fetishes.
Being queen is a big responsibility, and I am too old for these things. The people come to you and tell you their problems, and you cannot tell them yours. From one day to the next, everyone will begin to treat me differently, and I don't want that to happen. I agree. Now whom can we tell that our back hurts, or that our children don't come to visit us anymore? I'm a widow, and there's a chance I'm chosen to replace the dead queen. But I talk with the Spirit every day so that this won't happen. I'm the king's wife. My mission consists in being at his side at all times in order to support him. I understand why none of the women want to be queen, but someone will have to be queen, and the Spirit will be the one to decide who she is.
I didn't want to be king either, I was poor and I was afraid. To reign, you have to be rich, have pastures and time. But my clan is the only one that can fulfill this position, and I was the oldest person. I couldn't say no. The king is very important for life in the villages. He makes decisions. He says no and he says yes. He's the one who decides if the youths can be initiated or whether they shouldn't. The queen controls the initiation of the women. In the last few years, the power of the king has declined. They want committees to rule. European culture is entering strong.
The presence of the spirits marks the path of daily life on Canogo Island. There is a main spirit, which they call Enre, and many uncountable secondary spirits. Every morning, the king and his assistants sacrifice a chicken.
The fetishes need blood, and we offer them chickens instead of goats or other animals since they are the least expensive. Only pork is prohibited. Chicken, goat, or cow, but not pork. They all have to go through me. Anyone who wishes to address the king or make a sacrifice has to talk with me beforehand. No one can speak to him directly. I also deliver and receive messages from other villages. I'm in charge of summarizing all the complaints and proposals of the assemblies for the king. And I'm left in charge when the king is not here. I know when the sacrifices have to be made, and I advise the king about the best times. There are spirits that model the acts of men and others for the women. I am in charge of the men.
Another of the daily activities of the king is to harvest palm wine from his sacred palm groves.
Look at those sticks. They're being wasted. They cut 10 branches when they need one. Tell the young ones not to do that when they go to the palm grove. Tell them to cut only the branches they're going to use.
During the 3 or 4 months that the election process lasts, the queens will visit every village on the island. There are half a dozen communities, which add up to a total of 2,500 inhabitants. The king accompanies them on these visits in order to listen to the problems that his people are worried about.
Our main problem is the hippopotamuses, which eat the rice when it is green. We are not allowed to kill them because they say they are going to become extinct. But if no solution is found for this problem, we will be the ones who disappear.
In the assembly meetings, the practical issues that worry the community are discussed. But above all, they dance and sing in order to go into states of semi-trance, or to be possessed by the spirit. The spirit only takes possession of the initiated women, a strict process of spiritual and social growth that lasts 2 years, and which is divided into different phases.
São mais fortes em suas culturas. Tem o que chamam de orebok.
They are the strongest women. They have what we call rebok. This occurs when a woman is initiated and the spirit enters her. She is no longer a normal woman. The spirit strengthens her and she overcomes the things of this world. They have a lot of strength here on the island. Even when the queen decides to kill someone, that person is killed. Coordinating with the women is not easy. They believe that they are always right. It is impossible to argue with them because in the end, they enforce what they want. When there was one queen, I had one problem. Now with three queens, I have three problems.
The villages of the Bijagos Islands are usually located in the interior of the islands for defensive reasons, but most of their productive activities are carried out in the sea.
Nas ilhas, usamos pouco o dinheiro.
Here on the islands, we use very little money because no one buys anything. We fish, we have fish nearby. No one buys fish because we work to eat. We eat what we have. We eat seafood, fish, and we cultivate rice. And this is something that we should not lose, and we are. For the last few years, Bijago culture has been on the path of extinction. It's disappearing because our youths are now in school and are learning about the European culture. Our ancestors did everything according to nature. School is good for men, because by going to school you can do other jobs. But for Bissau, if we are together, nothing to fear.
This is where our power lies. This is a weapon. We breastfeed our children, and our daughters will be the one who breastfeed our grandchildren.
Before the rice harvest begins, we have to know who will be the new queen among these three women. When the spirit arrives, no one will be able to contradict him. Meanwhile, we can only wait and not break any of the rules. She knows that. She'll know when to communicate with us.
No act can be carried out on the Bijagos Islands without the presence of the spirits. Although it is an act for the proclamation of the three temporary queens, this is carried out in front of the king's home, and his collaborators officiate the ceremony. Cane liquor and palm wine are drunk at the ceremonies. Soon the celebration turns into a great drunken ritual.
My dream is for the youth to return to traditional life and for us to live in peace without anyone bothering us. And I also want a doctor and a professor to come here.
Les droits de la femme. Est-ce que la femme a même des droits?
The rights of women. Do women have rights? It's true that in Mali they have signed international conventions which talk about equality among men and women. But honestly, the situation is quite different. The laws are dictated in favor of men. They are the ones who enjoy the monopoly. This is the reality. That is where we are.
The woman waits while the man is away. She is the guardian of the temple of tradition and the engine that drives the changes of progress in Africa. Even in the most depressed or instances where the rules of tradition enslaves them, there is a woman who is driving the cart of survival. They go for water and breastfeed their children. They work the land and go to the market. But they are also students, businesswomen, and artists. Here, the women are determined to fight against the established norms.
I was the first one here to buy this fish. They used to throw it away. I have a very good relationship with the fishermen. There are even times when I lend them money for gasoline or for whatever. They give it back to me within a few days, weeks, or months. It doesn't matter. We trust each other very much.
Madame Bamba is an example of how the women, despite the many difficulties, are the true engine of the economy and the African family. They buy second-order fish, which nobody wants, then dry it and export it from Mauritania to different countries throughout Western Africa. More than 500 people depend on their job.
Une femme qui veut exercer dans le milieu du cinéma, il faut dire
A woman who wants to work in the movie industry does not have it easy. But not only in the movies, in all areas, in the movies, in agriculture, or in any other discipline. Women have always had problems because in this African society, people don't understand that a woman is capable of doing the same job as a man. They say a woman's place is in the home, and her tasks are limited to taking care of her children and her husband. But if you, as a woman, get up and decide to do the same thing as a man, they call you all sorts of names, especially if you work in the movies. They say you're an easy woman. They say anything and everything.
De tous les mots.
Good morning, Bamako. It's 9:30 a.m. at Radio Dembe, 104.8 on the dial. Traffic at this time is slow, and we thank you for tuning in to our station. The campaign for the legislative elections in our country will be over in just 2 days.
Mali, a former French colony, underwent a successful transition to multi-party politics in 1992, after 3 decades of authoritarian rule. Mali is one of the best examples of a modern state built on the base of a wide variety of ethnic origins, different languages, and contrasting cultural feelings. In its democratic elections, half a dozen political parties compete, as well as many independent candidates. The elections have 2 rounds. Only the most voted candidates enter the second round.
My strongest wish is for the elections to take place normally, with transparency and no vote rigging. The politicians want to climb the political ladder. If they're going to be with the people, I want them to win. If they're not going to be with the people, I won't support them. I believe that politics is, well, each individual looks for his own victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You are listening to Radio Dembe, 104.8 on the dial. As you know, until July 14th, we will be holding the electoral campaign.
For today's debate, we have two well-known candidates. To my right, we have Mr. Ibrahim Berthe, and sitting to my left, the director of the station, Mr. Mohamed Kimbiri. Are you worried about the possible lack of transparency during these elections? Any elections in Africa, whatever type they may be, are always under suspicion. Why is this? It's due to the fact that the administration and state are often used at the service of the party in power. I can attest to others, and the population is frustrated.
If I'm worried about the transparency of the elections, can I say that I am? I am worried about the transparency of these elections. I cannot be a judge and form part. The town council are involved, but they want their own parties to win.
Ibrahim Berthe is the deputy candidate for the National Congress for Democratic Initiative, the political party that led the opposition against the military dictatorship. He is a lawyer, and he was a first-order activist in the fight for democracy in Mali during the 1980s and 90s. This is the second time that he is running.
Today in Mali, it is time for the rulers to understand saving the people is not necessary. They can do their part to decide when to change, if considered necessary, the government of the moment. I'm going to serve my country so that tomorrow there will be a good level of education, so that there will be employment, and so that public health will be for everyone, so that there will be laws against corruption and poverty. What Mali needs is what Africa needs.
Mohamed Kimbiri is the founder of the High Islamic Council of Mali and secretary of the Islamic Association for Salvation. He is running for the first time. He defends the law of God, the Sharia, as the only law of state, but he participates and accepts the democratic game, a balance that is difficult to understand and is the cause of many political conflicts among the African countries with a Muslim majority. In Mali, 90% of the population is Muslim.
The problem in Mali is the one who wins is the one who has the most money. Our members, Muslims, are in the mosques. They vote for us because they trust us, and not because we give them T-shirts or tea or envelopes with money. My party is a democratic party, a party that defends the laic nature of the state. If the Islamic current wants to express itself through the democratic path and in a dispassionate manner, I don't believe that it should be prohibited. To reveal and show exactly what the subtlest pathological syndrome is in accordance to Islamic ethics. That's my program. Thank you, Mr. Berthe, Mr. Kimbiri. Do you believe that women should be treated under the same conditions as men? In respect to my philosophy, I would like to say that, contrary to what people may think, women are not mistreated or unappreciated in Islam. I can assure you that it is quite the contrary. Islam has given women a statue that has never been equal to any other human society. I believe that, in general, women's rights are not different from men's. They are the rights to life, the right to education, the right to physical integrity. For example, men enjoy being the guardian of women, and education is thought of for men. Well, this video explains the message I want to get across during the elections. I'll play it and then you can tell me what you think. What do you think?
Well, it's okay. You dealt with the social issue very well, but you went into more depth. It's not easy. Due to the fact that there's no room for family life, the husband is always absent. It's not easy. I think that we are all responsible in this struggle. It is my own personal fight so that tomorrow any citizen, regardless of his or her job position, if they are brave and capable of working for the good of the country, can do it. And yes, at some point, the people will decide by saying, we don't want to deal with you anymore. And they can quit their job without causing any problems.
The next question, Mr. Kimbidi. What is your opinion on ablation?
Here, there is a problem that has sparked a lot of conflicts and has given a lot of talk about. But I personally have never aligned myself with the abolitionists. Therefore, anything that the Prophet did not abolish, if we prohibit it now,
it would be equal to committing a sin. So it is perfectly clear. There is no order by the Prophet allowing us to abolish ablation.
If it can be shown that ablation causes health problems for the young girls, I would agree to abolish it, because nothing in a culture is 100% perfect. Like Kimbiri, I belong to the Muslim community, and it is true that ablation is not prohibited anywhere in the Quran, but it doesn't specify that it should be performed either. Therefore, given that it came before Islam, and it has negative consequences for women, I agree to abandon the practice. Many dictators proclaim to be democrats in Africa. That is the problem. Jacques Chirac said that democracy is a premature luxury in Africa. I truly agree with his point of view.
Donc vraiment, je partage vraiment son point de vue.
The system is not perfect, but we are trying to improve things in relation to the past, and I think that the necessary measures are being taken to avoid vote tricking so that there's no cheating. The need for the vote to be accompanied by an ID card was presented. Now 80% of the Mali population in rural areas, 80% of the people do not have ID cards. I think that politics is incomprehensible. In Mali, there is a lot of democratic awareness. Therefore, the elections are generally carried out under good conditions.
This is the first time that I've come to vote where the people are not fighting.
Je pense qu'on rebat à quoi. Voilà, c'est mieux. Bon, si on me demande.
They asked me about good politics for Africa. I would say that it should be politics. Gaddafi is my idol.
After the first video of this morning, we can now announce the results of the last legislative election. The CNID candidate, Ibrahim Berté, enters the second round, which will be held shortly.
To be elected by the masses, if this opportunity arises, you can't just let it go.
One of the real powers in Africa is that of the sorcerers of white and black magic, who control the population with their fetishes and spell. Modernity has not produced any changes in this aspect. In the process of immigration from the fields to the city, the spirits have moved as well.
Every medicine has its own requirements, and if they are not fulfilled, its effects decrease. I learned what I know from my father, and what I know I will teach to my son. It has always been this way. Weak people barely have magical strength, while the leaders and the kings have the most. A sorcerer and a king together are invincible.
Natural medicine is the most common of all magical medicines. It is based on the consumption of plants whose therapeutic reliability is proven every day. Remedies that include the use of fetishes and ceremonies with blood are also used. Illness is not a natural process, evil that someone has sent to you by means of a sorcerer. He has the power to dominate and fight evil. There are activities that are intimately linked to magic, like the job of the blacksmith. The knowledge earned from the forging and manipulation of iron grants him secret power.
When the effectiveness of metal weapons determined the winner of a battle in the past, the blacksmiths were looked upon as nuclear energy technicians, and their knowledge seemed supernatural. Today we only serve to make nails, but it's like any other job.
Hunters occupy another profession related.
Before hunting, we all ask the spirits for permission, and we talk with the animals that we're going to hunt. They do not always agree with what we hunt, and so things get difficult.
Among those who have powers to dominate invisible forces, the sorceresses are the most feared among men.
Once a year, sorcerers and sorceresses come together at specific places in order to sacrifice human beings, especially children, and to eat their meat. They still do these things. I have never participated in these rituals, but I know that they exist. Everyone knows that they exist.
Power? I would like to know what power is. If my ancestors had been asked, they would not have had any doubts about it. But now there are many people in charge. Yes, I'm in charge as well. This is the festival of Bakatua. They're holding it in my honor. That means I must still have some control.
If you start it tomorrow, I feel that I will win with my group. Bahamis will win, surely. I believe and I trust you. We will win it.
Eric Ansa is a fisherman. He's the captain of a ship that goes out every day to fish in the turbulent waters of the Gulf of Guinea. Like the rest of his companions, Eric belongs to the Asafo Company II of the city of Elmina. This is an organization that was of a military nature in the past. Today it carries out social tasks at the service of the king.
By the way, they will play the drums and everything. They will start at 6 o'clock, as I'm saying. At least 9 o'clock we started.
The Asafo companies were different divisions of the military at the service of the kings of the Ghana coast. Until the end of the 19th century, the power of these kings was absolute. Then they were obliged by the English to abandon their weapons. The power of the king declined, and the Asafo companies became mutual aid associations among the members of the community. Its liturgy of war also changed into artistic and competitive musicians.
Asafo number 2, we have our song, 10 songs. They will sing. That will show you, I think you should shout, or you should play the drums, or you should stop the drums, or you should follow the chief. All is inside the songs. Each one and what you have to do. One is what you have to do.
The Posuban, the places where the weapons were originally kept and the new warriors initiated, were turned into ornately decorated buildings with sculptures of war gods, and even European planes and ships. Elmina is a small fishing town dominated by 2 fortresses. One is Portuguese and the other Dutch. They remain here as a memory of colonial times. For centuries, these fortifications were used for the slave trade that was based on the Guinea coast. The kings were great allies of the European powers in the trade of human beings. The Asafo Company's armies invaded the interior villages of the continent in order to destroy them and capture victims. Thus, Elmina was one of the most important ladders in the traffic of horror. Today, it is a peaceful fishing harbor, which once a year pays tribute to a king who has more symbolic power than real power.
We're not at war anymore, and the real power lies in the hands of the politicians elected by the people. But the Asafo companies continue to be useful. They do voluntary work to keep the city clean and to help out on any job that needs strong hands. Tomorrow will be their day, and mine as well. There are 10 companies. Tomorrow they will compete in the lake, so I can see which company is best.
They all came together in the late 7th century. They formed the union, and the Asantehene is the head of the union. The Asantehene symbolizes unity for the Asante people.
Despite the fact that the Asafo companies have been recycled, they have not lost their religious nature, which once gave warriors strength during a battle. This mystical universe is made up of ancient warrior spirits and the figures of different powers.
He's the commander. When they are going to war front, he gives them instructions. Then you may see there's a young man here. They are twins. There's another one lying down here. They have a big role. When the group, they are going like 1 million, say, because of these two twins, they will come back 1 million. An enemy shoot a member of this spirit, they will wake him alive to fight again. You may see there's a woman lying down here. She's a virgin woman, carrying the juju. Then you may see this Adam and Eve. They are there. Like they are the people who bring sin in the world. So this company use them as their symbol.
Eric, that's my son. So we are proud of him because normally the young clerks are not interested in the fishing industry. But as we know, he's interested. We must give him the necessary assistance. He's a fisherman and he knew how to paddle the canoe. So he's got energy to paddle the canoe and we are sure to him and we are proud of him that he's going to win the race.
The morning before the race, Eric trains his companions. They have worked hard to get ready for the event. Working every day at the sea has not given them a lot of time to practice.
I and my group, about 8 youths on this canoe, have our paddles. So maybe they will choose it 3-3 or 4-4. That we are coming to start the race. Then we'll wrestle. We are about 4. So immediately we hear the whistle, then we start it. Tra, 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 tra. We end up here.
You need money. Okay, I'll give you money. What about you?
I need you to help me to go somewhere.
Okay. What about you?
I need boot.
You need boots. Yeah. I'll give it to you. What about my man? You too.
I need shirt.
You too. You need shirt
and money.
Okay, and you?
I need motor.
You need the motor. Yeah. Okay, then we all should play so that if you win, I will do everybody's needs them. Anybody, anything anybody like, I wanna give it to you. Everybody can use it to buy whatever he like. Eh?
The big annual festival of the Asafo companies, called Bakatue, is celebrated during the first of July. The local leaders of the towns near Elmina attend in order to accompany the king. The fishermen brotherhoods and the women's organizations also come. And golden symbols abound. It's a favorable day to show one's fortune and to wear the symbols of a glorious past.
Now, all over Africa, we are trying to marry the new and the old. So now there's a concept, settlement, something to do with settlements. So conflict solution.
The Bakatue is something that we inherited from our ancestors. When they arrived at Elmina for the first time, they met some spirits who told them where and when to build a city. This festival commemorates that day.
The origins of the African kings date back to supernatural times. A sovereign, although political power, has great magical powers, which guarantee that rain will fall, and which protect the people from the evil spirits. In a country like Ghana, where there are more than 100 kings, modern political leaders are very careful about maintaining good relationships with the local leaders. They normally consult the king before making any big decisions that may affect the community.
The king is like a father. He protects the people, protects his own family. He defends it like a lion or leopard. He walks on the earth like an old tree.
The races are the highlight of the Bakatue. The ships of the Asafo companies compete in qualifying rounds, which will end with the 3 finalists at the starting line ready to race. Qualifying with a bitter argument, Asafo 2, Eric's ship, will be among the 3 finalists who will compete for first place.
As we are saying, they are there right now. Because they are my boys, they are strong for me. I used to go work with them all the time. Because they are strong, like them all the time. So that I, as I am a captain, I also will see that what my group are doing is very good for me.
They are the greatest predator since the dinosaurs, the most widespread carnivore on the planet, and one may be living in your home. Cats are a diverse and formidable family of predators. What makes a cat a cat? New research allows us to piece together their story like never before. Across the planet, 37 different species live in nearly every landscape.
It's our last remaining large carnivore in the mountains, surviving next to one of the largest urban areas in the world.
Even at 20,000 feet above sea level, scientists made a remarkable discovery.
When I saw the photo, I completely surprised. I did not sleep all night.
This is the story of cats, an 11 million year evolutionary journey from ancient rainforests and the African savanna and into our homes.
South Africa has the highest incidence of rape in the world, and almost half the victims are children.
He pushed him away and he said, "Don't I'm your father, you're just like your mother."
Alright, so basically today she's here for the final result.
Say if I tell my parents about what happened to me, he will kill me, he swear.
Lesithathu ayazi nawe uba tatakho uza kuxoxa, so sithandaze nje uba makafumane ibheli.
Afuna ukuthi bana mina mandithule ndingaxeli tu, ndivala umlomo.
A child is raped in South Africa every 3 minutes, but almost 9 out of 10 cases of child rape are never reported. Often, this is because the child is too scared at the time to tell anyone.
We know that black people were not allowed to be educated and they were not skilled.
Nozuko is 13. She goes to school in Port Elizabeth, South Africa's 5th largest city. Years ago, Nozuko was raped, but she's only just found the courage to speak of it.
I was raped 2 times by a man that was staying in the house. The second time he didn't come in home. I was going to the shop, then he catch me there.
Nozuko confided in Mimi, the school's volunteer care worker. She now hopes to persuade Nozuko's parents to report the rape to the police, but it's a sensitive subject.
Ninjani futhi?
Siphilile sisakhona. Kunjani?
Siphila nathi enkosakhonto. Ndikolo primary school, ndisebenza ngabantwana aba-orphan vulnerable. So uNozuko ngomnye wobondwana oye waya kum ndam-interviewer, sifanisa into yobana khange athethe, yaqona. Yandicaphukisa kakhulu ke loo nto leyo because like ixesha elenzeka lokubona qomba zininzi ezikhethi ubana ndihlangana nazo ukubona futhi ubana wenziwe le nto and then kwathi cwaka.
Qha ngoku kukhona njengobana kwikhesi kudala yenzekile.
Okay.
So kwasiyazi nathi ngoba izo end sithini kuba ke
into yecase na ixhomekeke kuwe nonkosikazi wakho nomntwana lo, but because nayo ilungelo lakhe kufuneka achaze yena uba ufuna kwenziwe intoni ngalomuntu, because xa mbona la mntwana uba ne-flashbacks.
Ngoba nangoku nokufelisha uthi wafelisha uyarepeata wasesikolweni.
Uyava ke ngoku.
So zezinye zeziqalo zezinto
ezidlala uba wayeke wadlwengulwa. Iyaqona so ke ngoku andizokwazi mna ukuni-decide uba thini yaqona. But ke akufuneki like iphele, ayifuneki iphele apha.
But nangoku nami bengicingela lo case leyo. Kuyokwenza icase qha.
Suko ke ngicela ubuze bana like kwakutheni kuze ungabaxelela abazali ngalamhla yenzeka ngayo kanye
ndandisoyika ndithembise uzondibulala ngale. uzongilala ngiyangixelela umama kwayo.
Kuba njani xa ubona lo mntu akwenza le nto? Kwenzeka ntoni kuwe?
Ngathi umzimba uyashake. Bengani ngajika.
Ungambona esenziwa ntoni lo mntu? Angagwetywa ntoni nje?
Iminyaka.
Okay.
Rape is the least likely violent crime to be reported, and victims cite fear of reprisal as the main reason for not telling anyone.
Ndandifuna ukutsho, ndandifuna ubaxelela nabo the first day kwakuyenzeka, but ndandisoyika ukufa. Ugcina le nto ibingeso sizathu sam, but kwakunyanzelekile ndiyigcinile cause mna angafuna ufa angafuna umshiya lo mhlaba. I feel like I'm not a person. I feel like I'm like a dog or cat, but I am a person. And I want to be strong like a woman. Because laa mntu akanohamba engenatyala, funeke ebanjiwe. Ndoyika ukufa. Kodwa uthi utata funeke ndiyenzile le nto. Abanjwe. Ndifuna udlulisa le nto idlule kum, uqhubeleke nobomi bam. And lo mntu enze le nto andifuna ukuphinda ndimbone ebomini bam.
A girl born today in South Africa has around a 1 in 3 chance of completing secondary school, but she has a 1 in 2 chance of being raped. Ntombi Zanele lives in the Soweto-on-Sea township of Port Elizabeth, and she has a corrugated iron shack around 2 meters square with her mother, 3 younger sisters and a little brother. 8 days ago, Ntombi was raped.
Singuye nokwanele wantsala ndadlikile ndadloyiswa ndiyeke ndakhala kakhulu abantu abandiva xa bebesemsebenzini wantsala ndibeka ibhrukhwe ngapha kamathanga xa ndisachuma wandibamba ukwanele wakhwela phezu kwam wandenza into emdaka xa ndisachuma ndopha igazi Loyiso ndataka ngaphandle ndoyika inja ndaphuma ndayodlala ndancima kandakhazwa mbhede ndafika ngcancazela ndingalali mane ndivuka mane ndihlala ndonqena ukwathi mamam mhlawumbi uzandibetha ndalala.
Ntombi's mother only found out about the rape 2 days later.
Umama ubuze uba kwenzeka ntoni nomzane. Ndachaza into ethile nento ethile. Ndibona ke ukuzisikamama yam yababuhlungu intliziyo yam. Mama uve kabuhlungu. Ndathi ayenzwanga ndim le. Asoyifoti yam. Yenzekile.
Njengomzali othetha yonke into naye bendiyiba mna xa ehlelwa yinto uzawuza azondichazela khange ndibana ngaba yena angaze ayiqhusheke le nto ngaphansi kwetafile angafuni uyiveza. Xa ndifika edoro ndajikwa ngokuphasa ndifikile phesente Red Crisis Center. Ndijikwa phasa ndifika kuthiwa hayi man, hamba moqala emapoliseni ngakuze uvula idokothi uze namapolisa, umuntu akazizeli apho uze namapolisa.
Walking for over an hour to get to the Rape Crisis Center at the hospital. Mother and daughter then had to walk another hour to get to the police station.
Saya amapolisa abuza kumba kwenzeke ntoni. Ndachaza lenzekileyo, abhala incwadini, banika ifomu, bathi mandisebenzise.
Xa ndibuyile ke ngokwapha ekuhlaleni, wonke umuntu usathe chasi, wonke pha phandle uhleli pha phandle uthe chasi ke ngoku xa ndibuyayo. Abanye bathi ke ngoku into yobana ngaba hayi kube ngaqala uRachel. That's why uyayazi laa nto yenzeni kubo. Ngaphakathi ngikume entliziyweni ndizibuza into yobana okay mhlawumbi yena uneentloni zoba wayerejiwe ngaphambili ne.
Kakudala ngo-2006 ndandina-7. Uvuka kwam ndaxhoma nankum ndaziva umntu lapha phezu kwam. Ndaxhoma phezu kwakhe ndamshiya phezu kwebhedi. Ndazoma ngasemnyango xa ndizotsala umnyango ndiqe umnyango. Ndakhwaza ndaviwa ngumntu wathi ze ndixele ndizabulalwa uzandibula ke.
Soko phaa ngo-12 xa ndizamvasa ndafika ipeyinti yakhe inegazana. Ndathi mnumzana kwenzeke ntoni kuwo?
Saye kodwa wabanjwa wagwetyelwa ngaphandle. Xa iseqamka ndibawela umbam mbone sengekho.
Like the boys who gang raped her last week, Ntombi's attacker in 2006 was also under 18, so he was sentenced only to community service. Having been raped on 2 occasions, as well as dealing with the trauma and feelings of guilt, Ntombi now has to face prejudice from her friends and neighbours.
Ezinye iitshomi zazifunda esikolweni athi yiwujonga lo wani ureyitsiwe akazithandi. Njonga kuba kodwa abayazi into eyenzekileyo. Ndachaza mama andiyithandi nto ndijonge kakubi phaa phandle esitratweni. Wathi uba mama mntanam ayikho into ezoyenzeka uba bakujonge. Ndathi kodwa indiphatha kabuhlungu laa nto. Ndahlala ke ndakhweba mandiyeke uhlala. Ndahlala endlini.
Masikhe sithethe ngantoni ngogawulayo sithethile. Mhaki uza kosuleleka?
No.
Ngoba kutheni? Akabamsana into ocinga yeba ngoba kutheni?
Yes ma'am.
Nakwaka kodwa akho nto yenzekileyo ngoba kutheni?
Yes ma'am.
Ngoba kutheni?
Ngoba igazi lakhe alidibana.
Akho gazi, very good. Akho gazi masimqwabene ngoba akho gazi kathathu.
Over 5 million people in South Africa are living with AIDS, more than in any other country in the world. So when a child is raped, the victim should automatically be given anti-AIDS drugs to try to stop any infection developing.
Ndifila kabuhlungu uba ndina-HIV.
Relax, okay? We are going to take blood, okay? It's not painful. It's just slight discomfort, okay?
The immune system can take weeks or months to develop the antibodies that show the child is HIV positive. So when Ntombi first came to the Rape Crisis Center here at Port Elizabeth Main Hospital, her AIDS test only proved she was HIV negative before she was raped. The blood test she has now, 2 weeks after the assault, is critical. If she's been infected, it's likely it will show up on this test.
When she's coming for results, then we will give you another date.
Okay.
We are doing her HIV test is 6 weeks, then 3 months, and 6 months, then 1 year, okay?
All right.
That's blood we are doing that, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Ntombi is one of a growing number of children to be attacked by young men aged under 18, regarded as children under the law. But around 1/3 of rape victims are raped by a close relative, an uncle, brother, or their father. Gretchen lives in a notoriously dangerous neighbourhood of Port Elizabeth called Heronvale. But she feels the greatest threat she faces comes from her father.
My father smokes drugs and he drinks alcohol. And my father is drunk and it's like kissing you on your neck and stuff and hugging you. I don't like it. Sometimes I push him like away, but then he says, "No man, I'm your dad. Don't push me away, just like your mother." He says it like that for me.
With no one else to turn to, Gretchen has asked her school principal, Mr. Roberts, for help. But he is struggling to get the attention of social services.
Went to social welfare and the social worker said she'll see what she can do, but it's a process that needs to be followed and things like that. And this thing has been dragging and dragging and dragging.
Toe bestudeer hy bakterieë. Hoe het ek gesê wat is bakterieë? Is net kieme. So
I'm so scared when my father kisses me. I feel like everyone will try and rape me.
En omdat dit lang klanke is, so dis net die eer.
Social worker told me if the child walked out of the house, there's not much he can do. We must take the child back to the house. I said, there's no way that I can take a child back into that type of situation.
I don't know how to handle this. This is too much.
As an emergency measure, Hope Bowers, a special needs teacher at the school, has taken Gretchen into her home, while pressure is applied to get official help. But Hope has 2 daughters of her own, and as the weeks pass, Gretchen fears that she will become a burden to the family.
Maybe she will get tired of me and say, "You have to go home now." If that happens, I thought I just was gonna run away. I'm not going back to that home. I'm not.
Did you put sugar in? I threw it back to Now, how long is Gretchen now still going to stay?
Because Mr. Roberts is working with the social workers. I can't tell how long. And patience.
Now, where is her mother now?
Her mother, I haven't seen her mother since the schools reopened. I didn't see her mother, but her mother comes to see her. It can.
They don't find a place in their mother.
I don't know. I don't know what if they. I think they will. There will be a place for her. I just don't know when.
I can't live here forever. And I can't actually leave because if I leave here, where will I go?
If I didn't take Gretchen, what could have happened to her? I think that's why we get a lot of children that's standing on the streets. A lot of girls selling themselves because there's no help. The cry for help is there, but it takes so long for help to come.
In South Africa, the stat of children being abused is ridiculously high. We're actually losing the battle against child abuse because of social services with their lack of finances, lack of resources, never transported to follow up cases and things like that. It is a major, major headache. But we've been fortunate that Gretchen came forward and she opened up, she spoke out. A lot of these children are scared to speak out.
Sometimes you just want to kill yourself and just want to leave everything behind you. You don't think anymore about your life.
South Africa has the highest incidence of rape per capita in the world. A woman here is 8 times more likely to be raped than in the UK. It is also one of the world's most violent societies. The South African Department of Justice reports that 1 in 4 women suffer violence in the home. Lessons on domestic violence are even given in primary schools.
Remember we said we are dealing with
violence.
The mother and the father are fighting.
Children are trying to stop the fight.
You think it's the best way to deal with the situation?
No.
Because the child can get angrier and you can start hitting the child. Then the child can also get hurt. If you're in a home where abuse takes place, go to the police station. If you don't have a phone, go to the police station on your own day.
I go right. Akasiphilisi kamandi thina. Data.
Then we go to question
Usoloku uyafayitha. Qho ngolohlane ngemiqabelo ngecawa.
Fuzeka is 12.
Wambetha, mama wakhala, abangabe wena wandenza ukubulala unye. Sakhala ke thina sengene eromini yethu. Kuba ngayenza loo nto umuntu ongcolileyo wena.
The children are calling the police. Why are they calling the police?
Mama uyahamba afonele amapolisa angafika amapolisa. Mhlambi ngaloo mini sivuka umama efile.
Fuzeka and her little sister live with their parents in a government-built house in the Boysons Park area of Port Elizabeth.
This is a living room. This is my room. This is my parents' room. This is the kitchen. This is the toilet.
But while Fuzeka fears for her mother's safety, her mother has come to the school's volunteer care worker, fearful for Fuzeka's safety.
Sheila, you can come through. Ingxaki yaqala kulo nyaka upheleyo ngoDisemba. Ubushushu uhleli phe fana ubukela iTV. Aza phe ebhedini akumFuzeka. Yazi Fuzeka wena ndiyakuthanda and mna nawe sawusebenzisa ikhondom. Ndithi uthini ngumntana wakho moslunu wasebenzisa ikhondom njani umntaneni wakho athi ndifuna ulala naye. Kodwa mina masingene ezingomeni ndiwanipaka isandla pha ngaphansi.
Silale ke nathi acinga isibane. Athi utata thula ungathethi. Anibamba. Tata wanibamba wanqala apha phezulu nasependini yami. Abatata bangaba lento yethu mna naye mayiphelele apha endlini engayi estratweni. Ndoyika ke mna ke ndikhwaza mama athi gqi.
Athi yena kangayenza loo nto leyo. Ufuze kuyamcaphukela kamthanda ukuze watata wena ude waniluma.
Mama emane emthuka. Aba yena akakhathalanga loo nto leyo. Acinga umntanam ahambe nje alwa amanye amadoda mna ndingamva ndingamlali.
Fuzeka's mother did finally manage to get her husband arrested and charged with rape. And after 2 months in jail, his case came to court.
Ngoku ndandiye uyombonisa ndathi kuyoxoxa nge-9 wathi naye kuthiwe phaa nge-12 andaya ke ngeza-9 ndabona sesithi gqi. Ngoku ndabuza uphume njani etrongweni andibuxana namthathi ke ebendixokisele befuna nje ndingabonakali phaa ekhoti uba ndikhona because beza gwetywa senanyolo khoti uba makaphinda abuyele kulaa ndawo behlala kuyo. Bandaye ndacinga into yobana nanjeba ephinda wabuye wahlala nathi azoba rayithi nomntana wam because umntana uzahlala kabuhlungu.
Ucinga uthini ke ngoku? Ucinga uthini?
Uncedo sisinthini. Ndifuna indawo yohlala ne. Ndifuna uphuma phaa. So ndifuna indawo yohlala, ndihlala nabantwana bam khe ndifile impilo yam kakuhle, ndizifile alright nabantwana bam.
Unless her mother can find him somewhere else to live, Fuzeka fears it is only a matter of time before her father once more visits her in the night.
Tata yena une-feelings nam. Zange ndibhilive uba loo nto utata ufuna ulala nam njengomntana wakhe. Abantu abangcolileyo aba abuse abantwana babo. Zangalala ebusuku ngizibuyile zanivula amehlo ami ndimjonge uba angazi apha erumini afika athethe nam.
It's estimated that around 200,000 children a year are raped in South Africa. But what scarce counselling is available comes mostly from NGOs rather than the government. A month after she was raped, Ntombi is about to talk to a counsellor from the charity Childline.
So xa ekubuza imibuzo ngozova buhlungu.
Ikhona kodwa indawo izaba ngathi ibuhlungwana. Ke funeke ndichazile izokwehla pha kum loo nto. Kwengqondweni nam laa nto ingathi izawuphela kodwa izawuphinde ibuye. Ngokuba xa ndibona kwanele andizazi uba mandithini esitratweni. Ndatatazela.
Esikolweni uziva njani Nkosi? Because kaloku ndiyoripota mna kumisi.
Yho, iyabuya laa nto engqondweni. Phinde ihambe xa ngathi ndiyodlala. Phinde ibuye xa ndiseklasini. Ndiziva kodwa ndirayithi ngoku ndilapha ekhaya.
Asozibone yonke le nto idlulile.
Kanye ndizibone soloko ndiyadlala.
Yho.
We visit the child's home to check the home circumstances because the police, they don't go there to check if how is the family living. So we have to go there and check if how are the things at home.
Qonqo, hello. Ukhona mzali nangu umuntu uhambele kuthi. Wena ungumamakhe? Ndingumamakhe.
Singanqokelela niphi?
Singangena apha endlini.
Oh, okay. If you find that the things are not okay for the child, then we remove the child. But if you find that the mother is the responsible mother, then we just work with the child, just to counsel the child.
Childline ke organization ne edilishana nabantwana aba-abusiweyo ne uyayazi abuse. So yeyiphi le nto isengqondweni yakho?
Ndibanda ndahlwengula.
Usababona abantwana apha endleleni?
Sawubona.
Xa ubabona kwenzeka ntoni kuwe, ufilisha njani?
Fisa kabuhlungu esikeni uba bathathe ndazi uba manibenze nto. Ingababoni ecam kwam.
Ingasuke bathini xa ubabona?
Skemani bayovalela.
No, bayeke.
Qala bathi ba mna ndiyecha.
Banyanisile umhlenyane. And ke ngoku into yobuhle bakho ayizujika ngosuke bona bakwenza yona ne bona bazawuphelela ejele qha wena uzaba nguntomzanele uzawukhula unamaphupha mos ngawe ingasuke uzibona usendaweni ethile awuzuthi kuba bebona benze lanto amaphupha akho acimeke azawuhlala ehleli akukho umuntu unelungelo emzimbeni wakho ngaphezulu kwakho ne unelungelo lokuthi no xana into ungafuna uyenzeke uthi hayi nothi kum. So in future abothi xana wehlelwe yinto uyithethe nomama ne.
Ndibona
iza.
At least untombazane is staying with the mother and the abuse is not happening at home. Most children, they fear that they will be beaten by the parents. Even if it's something happened outside, they're beaten by the parents. They will blame they blame themselves as if it's their fault. I don't think we are winning because here the abuse is happening every day. This year there are more children that are being abused here. In most cases, the children are sexually abused by an under 18 child.
Of the cases of sexual abuse Port Elizabeth Childline dealt with in 2009, over 80% involved children under 13.
The court doesn't do anything about the perpetrators because they rape today, they are out tomorrow. So that person will be arrested Then the next week that person will rape the child again because he knows that he will go to court and be released.
Less than 1 in 100 rapes end in a successful prosecution. But for that process even to begin, social workers have to be involved. After 2 months staying with her teacher's family, despite Gretchen's cries for help, services still do not accept there is a serious problem.
Yesterday, Bron told me that Gretchen was talking to her imaginary friend. And Bron said, "Now, what did the imaginary friend tell you?" And then she said, "My friend told me that I must kill you."
No. Then this thing is now really getting serious, and we. And if I can get her out of a place to do, then I would be happy with that too. I mean, she's been there long enough now.
Mr. Roberts has asked Gretchen to write a letter describing her fears of her father, to try to convince social services to place in a children's home.
This letter will decide whether she is suitable to be placed in a home of safety. But really, I hope and trust that the letter is strong enough to encourage her to put her into safety. That I think is the best at this moment in time.
Gretchen's mother has come to visit her at school. If Gretchen does move to a children's home, it will be much more difficult for mother and daughter to see each other from now on.
Ik laat die brief geschreven.
Ja, ik heb het gisteren.
So, they say hanim gihani via balay by onsi.
Is het alright met mij als ik mee blijf? Ja, vergeet nog van mij blijven. Maar voor mij.
Je wil net die beste voor jou.
Doe dan maar, dat is de beste.
Ah, jij zo voor? En ze toch right met mij.
Gretchen grew up in Helenvale, a neighbourhood dominated by drug gangs. Her mother married when she was 17 and has brought up the family of Gretchen and her 4 older brothers in the same 2-roomed house she was raised in.
Wanneer ek weer kan vir 20 dae in die maanden en die by die huise sien en dan slaap Gretchen iso en pa slaap boa.
Annie.
Gretchen was like unhappy because here it's like abuse and everything is happening here. Because justice for kids dwellings bukan Gretchen.
Gretchen's father denies molesting his daughter.
I don't eat Gretchen, I don't touch Gretchen, Gretchen's private parts. When my wife's in work, I sleep and Gretchen sleeping also on the bed. She's sleeping in the foot, he's sleeping on the head here. If someone's sleeping on the foot, he's sleeping in the head. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever, never happened, will never happen. I'm not a sick person. I'm only a smoker. I'm not sick. I do have a problem. I realize I smoke only Mandrex. Mandrex is a tablet which making you high. When you get aggressive, when you really want it and you got no money, then you really get aggressive. People are killing other people to get what you want because that is a thing. Some people can't handle it. You just want that thing. You want that thing now. And I do whatever it takes. You can get it now. That is how it works. And it is it's very dangerous. If you can't handle yourself, you will do a lot of wrong things.
A Medical Research Council survey in 2009 found that in South Africa, 1 in 4 men say they have raped at least once, with half of those admitting to multiple attacks.
En woorden wat eindig op 'n beklemtoonde A.
Gretchen has to leave her teacher's house soon, but unless social services can find her a place, her only option may be to return to her father. Fuzeka's father was arrested and charged with her rape. But 2 months ago, the court dismissed the case and sent him home. But Cynthia, the volunteer care worker at Fuzeka's school, has managed to find a shack for mother and daughters to move to. So today the family are moving out of the only home Fuzeka has ever known. But Fuzeka's mother hasn't told her husband or his sisters about her plans.
So that's...
bathe kutheni ngade ndihambe ngoku, otherwise if andihambi bazathatha yonke into yam babeke phaa phandle then ndihambe.
Stop.
Phosa iimpahla endizifaka apha.
Go outside. So, as I talk outside.
The house the family is leaving behind is one of 2.3 million new Breeze Block homes built by the ANC government since taking power in 1994.
Nalike ibobos, but ke yaboma no kungahlala. But into esiyenza ke thina isikolo sa fundraiser, then sikwazi ba sivale kakuhle ibe enhle. Otherwise izongahlala kakuhle nabantwana because ke yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah. Okay. Fundraiser then sifake sivale nje izikroba
Fuzeka, her mother and sister, are joining the 8 million people in South Africa who are living in so-called informal settlements. 10 minutes walk from their old house, the family will not have electricity, running water or toilet facilities. But they are no longer sharing a roof with Fuzeka's father.
Indlela endlu ndayithanda soba utata mengekho. Sihlale kamandi sobathathu. Ndiyavuya uba emshiyile utata sihleli apha kule ndlu kuba ndoyika uhlala notata xa mama engekho.
Lenza libe lihle xa ndinezinto endinazo uba manilenze libe lihle, otherwise lizawuba lihle manede njengoba ixesha lihamba nje. Yazi babe umuntu uyakwazi umvula ngaphakathi umbone uba ucinga njani, ndonwabile, ndonwabe nyhani. Uyakwazi ulala kamandi, awuzobakho umuntu uzathi yenzele ithi ubu ebekunantsike ekwenza ingqondo yakho ingabikho right, yabo. Bahlala kamandi ndiphole, ndihlele endaweni yami ngoku ethi mna. Okay ngoku uyavuya basilapha?
Ndavuya basilapha. Ndavuya basilapha apha.
Nonwabisa sonke.
Sonwabile. Sokonwaba apha.
Utata kwabo wahlala yedwa apha kulaa nto. Into eyenzekayo ngoku ndizawuhlala de sifumane indawo yethu.
Akakhalazi yena.
Yena kaloku uyakhalaza uba qisele into yobana athenge sihamba nje. Ndimxelela into yobana kaloku funeke simkile, uyaqonda? Sizohlaleni apha because there's no other option. Funeke simkile because abuse amusela.
Tata nabantu endlini. Aba right abaxahlela apha sobathathu.
Hlala. Oba mani ngikhothela apha ne. Onwabile? Akho wrong? Okay, Zai. Uyamthanda wa?
Ngiyakuthanda.
As Fuzeka settles into her new home, Ntombi is trying to come to terms with her rape and get back to normality. Like most children at her school, she is dependent on the school feeding scheme for a regular meal. But she also tries to supplement her lunch with other children's leftovers.
Mama, I'm getting my lunch.
It's time for Ntombi to return to hospital and get the results of her AIDS test. She's been taking antiretroviral drugs since the rape, but she's still scared that she may be HIV positive.
HIV into iyahlala isephethe ungakwazi nohamba. Ubomi bakho yazi buphelile nge-HIV. Sakuqa phansi ngicela kuye ngoba ngingazifumani HIV.
How are you this morning? Okay. All right. Have you completed all the medication?
Yes, sister.
And you've taken it the way we've asked you to take it?
Yes.
All right. So basically, today she's here for the final result. Okay, and that was taken on the 5th. Okay, the bloods that we took, the HIV was non-reactive. Okay, which is good news.
It's very, very good news.
Okay. All right. Aren't you writing exams? Finished. Oh, you're actually on holiday now for the rest of the year. Happy? Okay. All right, fine. Between 30 and 35% of people coming to the center are children. So we have a fair amount of children coming to the center where there has been sexual molestation of one kind or another. Perpetrators are getting younger. I mean, we've had instances of 9 and 10-year-olds taking advantage of younger children. I'd say we see, I've seen a fair amount of that in the center. I don't think we're getting the message across effectively that rape is a violation of somebody's privacy.
Ukakhabana kazeli mama wathi bakumama bana ayanayo HIV naqombe kubhetha ngohlile lana because babe kuthiwa ndinayo engazosifika kamani benzimana ntshona qho esikolweni.
Though Ntombi now knows she does not have HIV, 2 months on, she still hasn't heard anything about the progress of her case. When the rape was initially reported, the 2 young men involved were arrested. They denied the charges and were almost immediately released on police bail. Ntombi and her mum have once more made the 3-mile trek to the police station to try to discover what is happening with the case.
Land reported up a case over 2 months ago. So when the guys
izaphinde kuyovela ecourt on the 1st of December. Mama apha uzizakho.
Boss yayazi ngoba bazayoxoxa. Boss qala besingayazi bazayoxoxa.
Ngiyakhona ngalo. Because besilele apha singazi.
That's telephone number yakhe.
Okay.
So that uzokwazi ubuza bayiphelele case yakho.
Hayi indonelisekile because kaloku uThixo wakhe kubona lawe kuyahlupha kuyakhathaza. So ndiyabulela ke ngayo yonke le nto lenzeleyo. Nkosi.
Some police officers also find the system frustrating.
And the problem about sentence abantu be-rape. Bayaphuma umuntu aphume echaya e-court. Ndiyazi kathiwani ngubani. Nix bafuna ubanjwa sentence bangawanikwa bail. I-problem ke amapolisa ayabanika abantu i-bail. Isizathu ke andisazi andifuna uprocessela. Because umuntu arape umntana omncinci kodwa uzaphinda ajike aphinda amnike bail. What about ngentlungu lamntana xa ezaphinda abone laa mntu ebendenzelana uzathini ungoyiki?
Though the boys who attacked Ntombi are on police bail, in practice they remain at liberty until the case comes to court.
So ihamba inyanga ezingapha nobheke court yonke lento. But hayi iyaxhomekeka kubantu basecourt komantshi. Isenothatha inyanga, isenothatha 6 months, isenothatha iminyaka. Abakwazi bona uqekelelo bana ngaba le case athatha elixesha yoma mhlawumbe 2 years mhlawumbe izawuphela ngo-2012. I-conditions zebheli zabo sithi bana ngaba mabangalento mabangakuphathi mabangakuchukumisi bake umuntu uyadlula ke masikavela adlula.
Nginamapolisa ayingene ke laa nto uba safumana i-AIDS kwathini ndiyazithanda incane kwathini ngathini zawuthiwani i-AIDS ndafumana i-AIDS kwathini. So nda-confused wesi ke ngoku ndangasongela hlobo laqala ndingafuni nokuya esikolweni ndisoyika ngenxa yale nto yayithiwa la mapolisa. Ndisiva kabuhlungu ndingakwazi nolala ndingatyi nokutya xa nokutya mam ndingakutyi ukutya yabo into ezinjalo.
Umcuphi bephethe le case ikhona indawo efuna uba nomsindo apha kuye ba kwenzeke ntoni bakuthathile okanye bahambele uhambe nabo okanye bahambe nawe amapolisa wena nguhambe nawe okanye ngabo bahambe nawe.
Ukhona umntana eseklasi nam naye bekwayifumana le nto wavela ubamba sowavela khutsha ke lo mntu. Into endifuna yenze ndifuna abanjwe ndifuna abanjwe but nxa lo mali endidibana naye andiziva kamandi. Ndiske ndoyike ndifuna uhlala apha endlini ndingafuni nokuphuma. Bese ndithunywe evenkileni ndingafuni nokuphuma ndifuna uhlala apha endlini. Ndingafuni nokuya esikolweni.
I do have cases where the parents do not want to open the case because the court don't do anything with the rapist. The police arrest those people and will release them. You will go to court almost every month and nothing will happen. At the end, they will tell you that the case is withdrawn.
The vast majority of rapes are never reported to the police. Nozuko's parents were initially intending to report her rape, even though it happened over 2 years ago. But now they are having second thoughts.
Evidence. Mhlambi yena aphume free kulonto abuyele kuthi ke ngoku uyayibona into ezinjalo. So ke ngoku wena ufila njani kulento yale case? Sicinge uthina ba masivele sidrop singaqhubekeki ngoyenza.
But mina ndicinga ukuthi ba makabanjwe nyobina ntsika agwetywe.
Kodwa lento ndiyafuna nami yenzeke but ndiyoyika nami ngoku awonwabanga nami andonwabanga ilento ba ndimbona free edlula afike mena lapha ecankwendlu ahleke naba bantu balapha and ehleka ejongise ngapha nami ke andithandi lanto because iyanihurtisha nyami. So nami bendifuna balanto yenzeke kuye abanjwe athini cha ngoku nami ndicingela lento ba uzovela ayenze asimoshe abethe yonke into lapha endlini.
Noba ningayivula ayikho iproof ayibuka ubungqina balona. Ngoku ndifila better ba ungixelele ba finike siyeke case ajongwe angathi ndihamba phambili ndithi qinaye ebheki.
Umntana akasekho safe tu. Phofu nditsho nomuntu omdala akasekho safe tu.
But decision yabo ndiya upset but andifeel kamandi ba umuntu mangapha. Andifeel kakuhle cause umuntu akazuya emapolisini cause uzohamba yenza kubanye abantu. Lo mnye xa ndimbona ngamalanga andifeel kakuhle. Uyandijonga agqiba ancume.
Nearly half of all rape victims in South Africa are children. In Port Elizabeth, the country's 5th largest city, it's estimated that around a dozen children are raped every day. Ntombi's attackers still live close by, so she sees them regularly, despite assurances from the police that they're in breach of their bail conditions if they have any contact with her.
Uthe omnye bani uzandibulala ndini. Ndakabuhlungu kakhulu. Bafuna ukuthi bana mina mandithule ndingaxaki tu ndivale umlomo.
Xa ubabona ukwanela uthini? Uziva njani mfundi? Hayi shema ndifuna ukuphosisela yo. Ngoba ndibabonile. Ndavela ndothuka ndodwa. Ngaqomba ndiyazi uba manza kwenzeni. Ndavela umbilini wathi du.
Ngoba benethenga i-egg. Baza kumeyise lawe ingathi uzozongile nabhekela swena. Ndahamba ngokuyabe kunetha.
Ya ngoba ndikuthomile. Mhlawumbi kubone uDepi kaloku because nama ndifuna uhambe wedwa ngapha kwistrato mfundi. Andifuna ukumetu because ndoba ngifuna xa uhamba uhambe noDepi yabo because andithemba angathukwa nto. Yabazi ke nomama babo ngaba bapase i-remarks ezimbi.
Bathini?
Xa befune ndifihle amanyala wabo into yenziwe ngabantwana babo ndiyifihle ndingayithethi ukubona.
Umama wabantwana bembulisa mama xa embona ukasambulisi.
Laphela mose ixesha lofihla. Funeke nawe uthethe phandle ohlobo udla ngokuthi ngalo.
Abantu abahlala pha le ndawo bathi mina ndirongo ukuba bana ndibaxelile. Andazi ba irongo lonto ba ndibaxele na kanye ndingabaxeli ndithule ndithi ndimbamba umlomo wami.
A survey of over 250,000 school children found that 62% of South African schoolboys believe forcing sex on someone is not an act of violence, and 1/3 of male learners believe girls enjoy rape. The attitudes of the community affect Ntombi's mother as well. She collects bottles and recycles the glass to supplement the child support grant she and the family live on. But this has given her neighbours another reason to look down on her.
Babenhleka kabantu. Bantu nobana ngabantu ayibiza intsokolo ikude kinami. Nasiqoma noma ngabe mina ngam ndi-right mandibiza intsokolo ikude kinami. Because naxa ndifumela imali intsokolo iyasuka kum. Ufumane ke nguyi-170 ngayo.
Sicela uchola ama-empty apha.
Ndizenzela ubomi obubhetere ngokwam because nobana ngabanzolindela urhulumente sondiyifumana because kaloku sisegrounding thina. I-room for i-room le ndikhupha i-90 ngenyanga. Umbane wona ndiwuthenga i-50 rand. Uyabona le ndlu leni yikhe yenziwe ngo-98 le ndlu kodwa yayibona uba injani. Ungumhlaba phantsi zange wafakela ifloor bafakela amacanga wiki. Isamente ayikho esandini iyamixwa isamente incinci esandini uthi uvala umnyango uvele siyawa isitena bhudlu. Sithe naxa umuntu onikwa ithenda akajongwa lo muntu ubana ngaba okay une experience lo muntu. akuzi inspect uzothi hayi le ndlu I right ingayihlala for 15 years no inspector sisebenzisa I-toilet A1 sisebenzisa I-tap A1 ngexesha bisebenza so sometimes ngena xa uphiswa ke mhlawumbe kukho omnye toilet awukwazi ungena toilet funeka umince ke until ade aphume ngoba ikhona ke okanye uhambale kuyocela msinyane because quick mhlawumbe uyahambisa mabaphinde babuye bakhumbule ethi into yobana ngaba nathi singabantu ababenze into yobana ngaba bahlale kweza zitulo mabangakhali aba bantu because kaloku thina ngoku siyakhala inhliziyo zezibhlungu service delivery yacotha ayenzeki.
3 months after the rape, the investigating officer in charge of Ntombi's case has come to visit the family. She will take Ntombi to the courthouse to meet the prosecutor in advance of the case coming to court.
Ikhona ke enye into benifuna uyithetha uba benishilo ukuthi ukho case une threats ukuthi azifumeneyo.
Uyise wathumelisa ngosihle kum wathi bana kusihle makathi bana uzanibulala ndini.
So wena wenze intoni ke ngokwathini? Uxelela umama okanye uxelele bani?
Xelele umama.
Okay. So ndizawuthatha into ebhalwe phansi ke ne ngalento uloyisa ayithethileyo le ithethwe ngusihle athi ithethwe nguloyiso. Uyikho? Awusakhumbula uba kwangolo isingaphi? Nexesha uyazi uba kwangolo isingaphi? Okay. Phayana ke ecourt ke sisi nawo ntomzane nizawudibana no prosecutor pha Mrs Jonas ne so wena ufune ube free ungoyiki uyeva uchaze yonke into eyenzakayo uyayiqonda ke mntana okay singahamba ke ngoko ne. In our society there are more kids getting raped. There are so many cases that to go to the trial court takes up to 6 to 8 months or sometimes even a year or the second year to go, and then it really affects the child. But the situation is like that. The offenders are getting younger. If the person is a minor and the person has something like schooling is doing, it's very unfair if you deny that person a bail. With the threats that have been made, then the prosecutor will decide if the perpetrator has breached the conditions of the bail, then what measures after that can be taken.
Yasab. Nabawe uye court. Niphile ngabawe. Ikwetha sozonelisa because bazoba khona abantu abathi thetha ntomzane okanye ndive xa ndibajonge kuba uthethe nzukuyika because undichazelela sisi. Ndasaba ukuye court aba yaqe babona ngathi ndiza kufa. Ndaziva bayini into kodwa ndizaziva ndisemandleni ndithethe yonke ingoyiki uthela sisi nengoyiki xa ndifuna uchama mama ndichama ndicela uchama xa ndifuna uyophuma phandle ndiphumze ingqondo mandicele ndiphume phandle ndiphumze ingqondo.
The rape is so high in our community, especially the black community. That's the people that I will talk for. They don't know the rights of the kids and they don't respect. In fact, they can't respect if they don't know.
9 plus 9.
9 plus 9. Beku 9.
Nkom 9. Balak.
Fuzeka's mother moved her family into a shack 3 months ago after Fuzeka's father molested her.
Ubala wrong.
1, 2, 3.
But the family is still living only 10 minutes walk from his house.
Mara kutata azi ahlala pho sisithule akhala bandenze into ndixhomo kanye ndizibulale na kanye ndihambe nje kude. Ndifuna utata ngazi apha azolala apha mane ecela ngumabanga bamna ndicela ulala apha emane ekhala apha esitulweni aba yena bangaba enze ntoni azibulala okanye azixhome na
Ndeka hlanga lokho angenza into mhlawumbe asiyathi silela khabe icango because ukhanansi ka athenda ubana uzandibulala ndika nezo zinto njalo
1 2 3
abantu abayomoyika especially umncinci uyamoyika
1 2 3 4 5
ebusuku kakhulu sesilela devil myuna mekhwaza thathe matshisi waqhwitha lo mncinci umntana khangalala phezulu okubekhala esidada ungakulinga usitshisi ngoba nansi anzokuvulela ecangweni weza kwecala lengapha wophula i-trip line wakroba apha.
Fuzeka's father often turned up unexpectedly at the shack.
I just know I like to fly and look down there. Do you see what I mean?
Ay may job check when check mamba ina maqhwetha umntana abe nendawo yokuhlala umama wakhe mamela unayini namntana awunalo ilungelo mamela
uphathe kakubi yena ube neviolence
mamela akho violence pa
uyafika wena lo bene
akho violence pa beqalela abantu into yenzayo
started violence nam this morning this morning ne
20 years abuse
kuba mna ndifuna uthetha notata butata banephindaphinde laa nto eyenzekayo ephendini manibuza ngalaa nto abangaba akho proof aloo nto uba yena wenza laa nto apha kumna ndaxoka ndabaxoka ngayo kwabantu tata ndithanda but le nto wayenza apha kum andiyithandi.
After 9 weeks staying with her teacher, social services have finally taken an interest in Gretchen's case and have called her parents in for an interview.
I'm here because of my child. They said I'm a problem to the child. They want to put her in a house of safety. And I heard that allegation that I wanted my daughter to sleep with me. But I don't know what happened now, so I'm here now to find out. The whole thing is going around Gretchen, but at the same time, nothing of those stuff that I heard from her ever happened here.
He's not telling the truth, he's lying, always lying.
Gretchen has been moved to a children's home, Erica House. The children here are from a mixture of backgrounds. Some, like Gretchen, have been given a place as a refuge from home. Others are serving semi-custodial sentences for a variety of crimes.
Erica House is a nice place, I like it here. We have 4 girls in one room. And at night, before we go to sleep, we like to make jokes and, and we go mad in a room, running around like mad people. It's nice. My father is mad because I'm not staying at home. I just think of the things that just makes me hot. I don't know if I'll be able to forgive my father. If my father would come visit me, I will call security. I don't want to see him.
The South African Youth Victimisation Survey found that 89% of child rapes are never reported to the police, though some charities say the figure is closer to 96%. 6 months ago, Nozuko told her parents that she was raped in 2006. After initially wanting to report the case, her parents then decided against it. But now that decision has had tragic consequences, after the rapist came to the family's home 3 days ago.
Uye wafika pestratweni ethetha ba
ewe undripile kakade and uzoniphinda kagqibelisanga then ke wadlula apha esitratweni inxilile kongoku utata mafonela amapolisa bazomthatha bafika amapolisa ke bafika kukhuma mama
bachazela ba lo mfana lo wayedlwengule umntana ngo-2006 uyageza ngokuthetha izinto ezisnacks uyasithuka apha bathi bona akho nto bakwaziyo uyenza kule case mandiye epolice station ndiyoreporta because icase le seyi-case ngoku abazokwazi unantsika ayiselingana ngabona ifuna bama kuyiwe nakoogqirha ntoni so bazokwazi umchola lo mfana bemka ke ngoku
ngicawa utatam ke ukuba bakhangela yena ebusuku late bamfumana ke ngoku bambetha so ke wafika i-ambulance yamthatha yohlala esibhedlele ngomvulo thina ngoku besovula icase ke kwathiwa funeke utatam yena uzobanjwa nakanjani uzobanjwa laa mntu usenantsikeni engozini embi uphakathi kofa nokuphila ukwi-ICU.
The man died as a result of his injuries, and Ozuko's father is now in prison on a murder charge.
Sicacisele napha abantu phaa ecaweni makancumisa nabo bazosincedisa ukuthandaza ngolesithathu ayazi nawe uba utatakho uza kucoca so sithandaze nje uba makafumane ibheyili kodwa nam ndinethemba uba no ibheyili uzayifumana aphuma azokwazi uba makazophangela. Kusanda kungena ngoku imessage apha isuka emapoliseni uza-investigator icase mhlawumbi uzawuza apha ngomso ngo-9 uzoza ngo-9. Okay into endifuna ubaxelela yona uba xa kwenzeke into enjalo funeka bangathandabuzi umntu avele aye emapoliseni straight ngelo xesha ba ke ngoku umntu uyazisola ngokusekuleyithi ngoku.
Mami samphethe kakubi nangoku loo nto uba utatam usetrongweni ndifila kakubi gqithi because if yayisenzeke ngoku ngelaa mhla yenzeke ngayo ndaxelela abazali bam ngengekho yonke le nto akumandanga indlu xa ingenayo utata and indlu ayimandanga xa ingenamama. Ngiyakhala ukhala kabuhlungu gqithi nam ndakhala cause naxa ndileleyo angikwazi ulala kakuhle.
It's also 6 months since Fuzeka moved into a shack to get away from her father. But shack life has taken its toll on her mother. She has AIDS and her health is failing. She's lost the job that was keeping the family financially independent of her husband.
Banga ingculise babulela abantu ayifani netipi. Amanye amaxesha abhitya aphinde amaxesha aphinde iweyitha atyeba amanye amaxesha. Sapmama xa silela apha agule yedwa.
Andisaphangeli ndikuphanga ndihleli ngoku apha endlini. So xa uhleli nje ngakho nto uyenzayo obe right uba stress uba nerves yonke into balapha kwentloko hleli nje uyacinga all the time.
Cabanga ukuba sizolamba apha endlini azoba nayo imali ethenga ukutya nale mali sipeya encinci. Mama kanayo imali yothenga iparafini amanye amaxesha into ayoboleka imali yothenga iparafini uba iparafini ayikho asikwazi upheka.
Fuzeka's greatest fear is that if her mother dies, she and her little sister will have to go back to living with her father.
Uske ndikhali bengathi mama uzoshiya emhlabeni athethe yedwa ndivuke ndithi mama abe ngathi uphazamekile apha engqondweni ndimenzele ipapa tyona atya hluthi aphile alale ndimenzele namanzi eswekile.
Ucinga uba ungafisha kamandi ba wena nje bayinihlala nonke ngoku? Ucinga wena mama ndiyamxolela utata wakhe aphinde babuyelane bahlale bobabili?
Mama uthi umlahle utata akafuni aphinde ambone elifeni yakhe.
Okay, so wena uba umama kanophinda umbone ephinde mamkele utata wakhe ungafisha njani?
Ngafilisha happy xa angahlali nathi phaa kulaa ndawo ahlala kuyo. Angahlalile nguyena yedwa.
Then wamxolela?
Ndamxolela.
Kwafikela ixesha uba mama mandife ndibhubhe ndibashiye, but ndiyacinga ndizabagcinisa kubani ukuze kanonwabisa. Ngoba kaloku xa unabantwana bafuna uthando lukamama. Ngaske ndifumane umntu bathi ndombona into yoba uzabathanda abantwana bam.
The case against the boys charged with raping Ntombi still hasn't come to court. The boys remain on bail, living close by, and continue to threaten her. The caseload of the childline counsellor means that she was not able to follow up on Ntombi, so her mother, worried that she is still struggling to cope, is taking Ntombi back to the Rape Crisis Centre to seek help.
Abanye bafuna udlala naye, funa babadlale naye bangandoyiki.
Ucima bayakoyika okanye ucima into yobana bayazi noba mhlawumbi kwenzeka ntoni?
Mna bayandoyika.
Bayakoyika? Qonda uba bayakoyika, ani? Sukhala kaloku babe, sukhala ba? Noba bantu bayafuna udlala nawo. Xa usiya kubona bathini?
Bayandibaleka.
So utye wedwa ke esikolweni? Every day?
Every day.
Sukhala kaloku ma bebe. Iza kum. Khala sisi. Sukhala ba? Kuzaba right ba? Xa uhamba esitratweni ke ngoku awuyi kuhamba nabantu bafana?
Ndiye ndoyike ndibe nesibelile.
Bathini ke ngoku? Unezibilini?
Ndava ngosihle wathi bathi bazondibulala.
The abusers are actually getting younger and younger. I have a 5-year-old who was getting raped by 7 boys. They were ranging from 9 years to 14. The oldest was 14. Peer pressure is one of the issues. They are pressurizing one another and they will target one child and they will gang rape. Because if you look at the incidences of young perpetrators, it's not a one-on-one. Mostly it's a gang rape thing. Maybe there were 6 boys raping one girl. I think the court is expecting too much from the victim side. The onus is put on the victim to have concrete evidence. In fact, they depend on the victim to provide evidence. And most sexual assault cases that involve children, they don't have enough evidence because the child won't be able to give all the details.
Ndiyathanda udlala. Ndidlala kakhulu. Mhlawumbi bandidlala soze bekho loo nto. Ndiyathanda udlala nyenye. Iitshomi zam ncima ke mna ke sisathetha laa nto uba mna ndadlwengulwa. Ndicabanga xa ndedwa kodwa ndithi izawudlula. Abanye abantwana futhi bachazela ibuhlungu le nto yayenzeka kuthi kodwa
ngababoni okanye ndihambe. Indawo ezikude lapho.
After the Civil War, black Southerners were no longer slaves, but they were not yet free.
The sheriff could sell free black people to corporations and coal mines.
For 80 years, thousands of blacks were forced to labor against their will.
He said, if I don't go to work, he'll put me in the river down there.
One of America's most shameful chapters, slavery by another name. Coming up next. Major funding for Slavery by Another Name is provided by the National Endowment for the Humanities, because democracy demands wisdom. W.K. Kellogg Foundation, a partner with where children come first. The Coca-Cola Company, creating a unique and sustainable difference everywhere we operate. Additional funding is provided by Georgia Pacific, investing in education, the environment, and entrepreneurship to support strong communities. KeyBank Foundation, working to foster inclusion in a diverse world to help people and communities thrive. Merck, a global healthcare company, working to help the world be well. Slavery by Another Name is also made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by the following.
Mr. President, I have a brother about 14 years old. A man hired him from me and I heard of him no more. He went and sold him to McRee and they've been working him in prison for 12 months. I asked him to let me have him, but he won't let him go.
For a period of nearly 80 years, between the Civil War and World War II, black Southerners were no longer slaves, but they were not yet free. In one of the most shameful and little-known chapters of American history, generations of black Southerners were forced to labor against their will.
From almost the first moment, white Southerners were responding to try to put African Americans back into a position as close to slavery as they possibly could.
The Old South and what was quickly becoming the New South could not proceed without the work of African Americans.
But if you had something for free in the past, you don't necessarily want to pay for it now.
It was a straight, simple, exploitative system.
was only power, there was only force, and there was only brutality.
What happened in that period of time was so much more terrible than anything most Americans recognize or understand today. The depth of poverty, the inability of African Americans to access any of the mechanisms of wealth achievement and growth, they're all rooted in this terroristic kind of regime that existed in so many places.
Their ability to have what we call the American dream. That is what has been stolen from black folks all through the South. And that legacy has to be understood so that people will be able to speak to it and give our ancestors voice.
My name is Sharon Malone, and my family is originally from Wilcox County, Alabama. My father was born in 1893. As a child, I never knew why Dad didn't share many of the stories growing up in the rural South. There was so little that I actually knew about, the generations beyond my parents. And I realized, I said, why don't I know these stories, and why don't I know who those people are? African Americans are innately wired to want to know who we are. It's almost like being an adopted child. We have no understanding of not only what we have endured, but what we have survived.
Freedom, oh, freedom.
Freedom must have felt glorious to those who'd never known it. With the end of the Civil War and the passage of the 13th Amendment, 4 million former slaves could embark on new lives with no one in charge but themselves.
And go home to my Lord and be free.
And what they desired more than anything was independence. They wanted independence from white owners, they wanted their own churches, they wanted their own schools, they wanted freedom to move.
African Americans after emancipation are looking at the potential, not only to enjoy and receive freedom, but to live it. They're deeply committed to reaffirming marriage vows. They're deeply committed to reconstituting families.
Ezekiel Archie, born into slavery, was 6 when freedom came. His mother moved the family, Zeke, his 2 brothers and a sister, from Georgia to Alabama, away from the old plantation and toward a new future.
African Americans were willing to work very hard and exploit themselves in the same way that immigrants who have come to this country have exploited themselves and their families with long work days. They were willing to do that, but they wanted to own their own land. They wanted to control those hours. They wanted to be the ones to decide.
John Davis was born a dozen years after the war. He grew up in freedom, working hard on an Alabama farm rented by his parents.
There was a tremendous motivation and desire to integrate into American life.
Green Cottenham, born in 1885, was also the son of an Alabama farmer. He came of age in a nation that was increasingly urban, industrial, and modern.
This is a photo of George Cottingham. He's my great-grandfather. He was actually Green Cottingham's first cousin. How hopeful my Cottingham ancestors must have been about bright futures for their family. These were hard-working, honest people.
But freedom had come at a tremendous cost. The war devastated the Southern economy, which had supported one of the wealthiest aristocracies in the world.
The cotton economy was in complete shambles. The fields had been burned, the cotton gins had been destroyed, equipment that was necessary for the production of cotton didn't exist anymore, but also the primary engine of the economy, of the cotton economy, that being the labor of slaves, was lost.
In the 5 major cotton states of the Deep South, nearly half of all capital, nearly half of all investment was in human beings. So when those human beings were confiscated, when the investment was transferred, in essence, from slaveholders to the people themselves, that meant a huge loss of capital to Southern slaveholders, to the people who controlled the economy of the South.
A tiny slave-holding elite had owned the majority of the region's 4 million slaves. Among them was Lucinda Comer, a widow. After the war, she and her sons oversaw the family's enterprises in cotton, lumber, and corn.
I'm the great-great-granddaughter of B.B. Comer, who was the governor of Alabama, and the great-great-niece of J.W. Comer. The things that I heard about the Comer men, especially B.B. Comer, were about their entrepreneurial spirit and being self-made men. There was never a fool or a coward, it was said, in the Comer family.
Emancipation turned the former slaveholding world upside down.
The simple reality of people that they had once owned now were entitled to the same fruits of their labor, the same ability to look a white person in the eye, a man or a woman, and to demand equal respect, to be called by one's first and last names, challenged everything to the bitter core of white people's souls.
You have a group of people who are accustomed to have people serve them. Now, suddenly, these people are free. They own guns. You'd be as worried as hell. Because what you're worried is that people are going to take revenge. You also are worried that people aren't going to do any work anymore.
Most of the South's 8 million whites had not owned slaves. Poverty was widespread, and about 1/3 of whites were illiterate.
Those individuals see blacks moving around, trying to get land, trying to improve themselves as competitors. They see a zero-sum game in which they're going to lose the more that blacks gain.
These whites aligned with leaders of the former Confederacy, aided by President Andrew Johnson, Lincoln's successor. They formed vigilante groups to attack and intimidate blacks. The violence grew widespread. In the spring of 1866, Congress intervened. Over the objections of the president, it launched an era known as Radical Reconstruction.
At the beginning of Reconstruction, there was a tremendous federal will to both bring the South into submission, but also to protect African American civil rights.
Passed in 1866, the 14th Amendment recognized the citizenship of all freed people. In 1870, the 15th Amendment was passed, which upheld the right of black men to vote.
Reconstruction was an attempt to create a country in which it would be possible to have a biracial and equal citizenship.
Reconstruction gave African Americans, for the first time across the South, the opportunity to serve on juries, to be witnesses in trial, to serve as judges. It also made possible an entire generation of black politicians across the South, almost as many as 1,500 serving through the end of the 19th century.
Reconstruction governments in many parts of the South succeeded in passing new social legislation, creating the South's first free public schools. But white resistance to biracial government in the South intensified, and national political support began to wane. By 1874, voters had shifted the balance of power in Congress, allowing for the South's return to local control.
There is no sustained federal presence in the South really after 1874. What they come away with is that a sense that this is a really violent situation and that there's not much we can do about it. And there's not much perhaps we even should do about it.
African Americans seeking freedom could count on less and less help from the federal government, less and less help from sympathetic Northerners, and they could count on more and more and more animosity and attack from Southern whites.
I grew up in a black part of Mississippi, and I went to schools that were 60, 75% black all through my childhood. That was in the 1970s. What I learned about the Emancipation Proclamation was the most simplistic version of it, that it brought an end to slavery. I also was taught, as most Americans were in some way, that the end of slavery unleashed this population of people who were ill-equipped for freedom. And that was all offered up in some respect as an explanation for the repressive things that were then done to African Americans, even the repressive things that I knew about. What I came to realize was that that fundamentally didn't happen.
With the end of Reconstruction, the nature of both crime and punishment in the South changed dramatically. In state after state and county after county, new laws targeted African Americans and effectively criminalized black life.
It was a crime in the South for a farm worker to walk beside a railroad. It was a crime in the South to speak loudly in the company of white women. It was a crime to sell the products of your farm after dark.
Anything from spitting, drinking, or being found to be drunk in public or loitering in public spaces could result in confinement. So there was an over-exaggeration of African-American criminality during this time period. It's not to absolve all prisoners from having committed crimes, but there were many trumped-up charges.
One of the most infamous set of laws to come out of this period were the pig laws, passed in Mississippi, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, enhancing penalties for what had been previously misdemeanor offenses to now felony offenses.
In Mississippi, theft of a pig worth as little as $1 could mean 5 years in prison. In Tennessee, hard labor might result from stealing an 8-cent fence rail.
But the most powerful, the most damaging of all of these laws were the vagrancy statutes. In every southern state, you became a criminal if you could not prove at any given moment that you were employed.
Under slavery, most black crime was punished by slaveholders, leaving the courts to discipline whites. Now, only about 10% of those arrested were white.
Now, what does this mean? Does this mean that white people are not committing crimes in the South? We know that's not true.
Southern states had a history of placing prisoners with industries that would bear the cost of guarding and housing them in exchange for their labor. Now, states also began to charge fees, renting prisoners to companies by the month. The highest rates were for the strongest workers and longest sentences.
When you go to the 13th Amendment, one of the fascinating things about the text of that amendment is that it says that slavery is abolished, except in the case of a punishment for a crime. And within that wiggle room, what you see in it is that there's still the possibility of extending slavery, as it were, by another name.
Well, it's early in the morning, baby, when I rise, well,
The system was known as convict leasing.
When I rise, well, it's early in the morning.
It took time for the system of convict leasing to develop. It took time for the state to realize that prisoners, believe it or not, could be a source of profit. Once that revenue starts coming in, they're pleasantly surprised. This is new revenue we never had before.
The state of Alabama earned $14,000 in its first year of convict leasing, 1874. By 1890, revenue was $164,000, roughly $4.1 million today. By then, states throughout the South and hundreds of counties and cities were engaged in some form of leasing convicts to private industry.
And it gave tremendous discretionary power for the private owner, either a landowner or a corporation or a coal mine, could be any business concern, to do what they wanted with that African American.
We as convicts is something like a man drowning. We have been convicted of felonies, and because of that, we have lost every friend on earth.
In 1884, a series of remarkable letters was sent from the Pratt coal mines to Alabama's new inspector of prisons. Their author was Ezekiel Archie, now a 25-year-old convict.
All these years of how we suffered, we have looked death in the face, worked hungry, thirsty, half-clothed, and sore.
Archie was one of hundreds of convicts now being worked in a growing network of mines and factories around Alabama's new industrial center, Birmingham. Founded in 1871 and fed by intersecting railway lines, Birmingham was poised to exploit Alabama's rich underground deposits of coal, limestone, and iron ore, the ingredients of steel. This was the new industrial South, envisioned just prior to the Civil War by slaveholder John T. Milner.
John T. Milner was a brilliant engineer, extraordinary businessman. He was also a supreme racist and a despotic person.
Negro labor made exceedingly profitable in manufacturing iron and in rolling mills, provided there is an overseer, a Southern man who knows how to manage Negroes.
He laid out some of the first railroad lines that would run across Alabama. In many respects, he was the father of Southern industrialization, particularly in the deep, deep South.
Milner's vision triggered decades of rapid industrial growth. After emancipation, industrialists replaced slaves with convicts, acquiring thousands from state and county governments.
You can't drive free labor the same way that you force prisoners to mine 5 tons of coal a day. And this is why people like Milner wanted prisoners in his coal mines. He saw them as a great source of profit, and he didn't have to worry about labor disputes.
We would leave the cells around 3 o'clock a.m. and return at 8 o'clock p.m., going the distance of 3 miles through rain or snow.
To describe the conditions in a coal mine at this time, is to say that they're primitive is, you can't even imagine it.
This is a place where, for weeks or months at a time, men might never see daylight. The mine was often filled with standing water around their ankles and their feet. They had to drink from that water Disease ran rampant through these mines.
They were incredibly dangerous places to work, being subjected to violent explosions, poisonous gases that were released as coal fell from the walls. In addition to the falling coal itself,
Whippings, keeping people chained up, brutal kinds of physical torture, and mental abuse are the norm. A lot of the things that kept people in control under slavery are amplified under this convict system.
Zeke Archie was one of about 500 convicts at the Pratt mines near Birmingham, nearly half the company's workforce. They were overseen by J.W. Comer, the former slaveholder, whose enterprises now included convict mining.
That Comer's a hard man. I've seen him. I've seen him hit men 100 and 160 times with a 10-prong strap. Then say they was not whipped.
When I learned about the brutality of J.W. Comer, I just started weeping, and I actually didn't leave my house for 2 days because I was in such a state of grief and shock. The stories that I heard about all the Comer men when I was growing up were about self-made men. And so to learn about the ways that they weren't really self-made, but were making themselves on the backs and by the blood of other people, specifically the blacks in the convict leasing system, definitely shattered that image for me.
He'd go off after an escaped man one day and dig his grave the same day.
Exposés of the convict labor system described it as worse than slavery. Slaves had been a significant long-term investment. A convict could be rented for as little as $9 a month.
It was never in the economic interest of a slave owner to kill his own slaves or to abuse them so terribly that they couldn't work anymore. So their economic value protected them in certain ways. After the Civil War, someone working these kinds of forced laborers would push them to the very limits of human endurance.
We are the men who do the work. Look at the white men. How many are cutting 5 or 4-ton coal per day? They are few.
Convict leasing was a source of labor where you could realize the maximum return at a minimum social cost. The feeding, of course, was next to nothing. Health was next to nothing.
Convict miners cost as much as 50 to 80% less than free miners, and could be worked 6 days a week. Their presence allowed companies to depress wages and resist unions.
When one could obtain black labor at almost no cost, the profits for that form of business were enormous.
In Florida, prisoners extracted gum and resin from tall pines and transformed it into turpentine. In Georgia, they hauled wet clay from riverbanks, molding it into the millions of bricks needed for new buildings and homes. From Texas to Louisiana, convicts forced their way through acres of virgin forest, harvesting timber and building railroads. In all, more than 15,000 prisoners worked in Southern industry in 1886. And that number was rising quickly. In many labor camps, as many as a third of male convicts were boys younger than 16. Girls and women were also forced into labor.
Over 90% of convict laborers in Georgia were African-American men. The next highest percentage would obviously be white men, but African-American women were also utilized in these various tasks in manual labor. Black women are working in brickyards, in turpentine camps, in mining camps, farms, in lumber yards.
Convict leasing becomes a new form of economic development in the South and a ubiquitous form of punishment for Southerners as the criminal justice system expanded itself.
And sweeps would take place all throughout the South, whether it was for a dice game, whether it was for an altercation, whether it was for being mouthy or uppity.
The record of thousands upon thousands of people arrested in this way is everywhere in the South. In the fall, when it was time to pick cotton, huge numbers of black people are arrested in all of the cotton-growing counties. There are surges in arrests in counties in Alabama in the days before, coincidentally, a labor agent from the coal mines in Birmingham is going to town that day to pick up whichever county convicts are there.
Some charges were serious, but more than 2/3 of all state prisoners at the time of Zeke Archie's arrest, including Archie, were convicted under vague charges of burglary and larceny. County prisoners, too, were sent to the mines. For often trivial offenses, they faced the real possibility of death. In some Alabama prison camps, convicts died at a rate of 30 to 40% a year.
And this system is one that I think in many ways needs to be understood as brutal in a social sense, but fiendishly rational in an economic sense. Because where else could one take a black worker and work them literally to death after slavery? And when that worker died, one simply had to go and get another convict.
The South's prison population continued to grow, reaching 19,000 people by 1890. Nearly 90% of those held were African American. When folded into national statistics, the concentration of black prisoners seemed to reflect an alarming rise in black crime.
So as early as 1890, African Americans are almost 3 times overrepresented in the prison population. The general population is 12%. The nation's prisons population of blacks is 30%.
So there are many important implications and long-term consequences for this convict leasing system. Not only is it so oppressive, but when you have an overwhelmingly black prison population, it cements that relationship between criminality and race in people's minds to the degree that it's seen as something inherent.
Southern editorialists, sociologists, politicians are all saying that the statistics prove that black people are a criminal race and that freedom had been a mistake.
If you were to ask most Southerners, white Southerners, what they thought of African Americans in the 1850s, the 1860s, even into the 1870s, one profile would have been of people who are loyal, dutiful, trustworthy. Those same people in the 1880s and by the 1890s have been demonized. They no longer are trustworthy. They no longer have the capacity for citizenship.
By the 1890s, white voters had reversed the civil rights gains made during Reconstruction. New state constitutions kept blacks out of voting booths and limited funding for black schools. Racial segregation was mandated by law.
They do this because it's important to remind black people day after day after day, minute after minute, that they have a place in this society and that that place is subordinate. So what that means is that when a black person is walking down the street and a white person walks towards them, they step into the gutter.
My name is Barbara Jean Belial. I was born in Birmingham in 1936. You had to stay in your place. Now, my daddy was the one who was daring. He used to be called that uppity nigger by white folks because he believed that we were just as good as anybody else. He's a smart man. He was one of the first black men in this area to register to vote. There were a lot of times truckloads of KKK folks would pass by the house. He had made white folks mad about something. He wouldn't let my mother work. She went to clean up a house one time, and he went over to pick her up, and she was cleaning out some of the cabinets down there on her knees, trying to clean out a cabinet. He told her, "You're not going back. You cleaned up your own cabinets." And that's the kind of man he was. But he's another story, though. I mean, I have to talk about him at another time.
Segregation was not only mandated by Southern states, it was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court in an 1896 ruling, Plessy versus Ferguson.
And after that, white Southerners, white legislatures never had any reservation about imposing the most severe, the most repressive restrictions on black life.
Ezekiel Archie was scheduled for release on February 6, 1887. At the age of 28. But he was not free. A new indictment for reasons unknown was pending.
This letter is not all I could write, but my condition will not permit. Fate seems to curse the convict. Death seems to summon us hence.
As the 19th century came to a close, and for many decades to come, the possibility of freedom was overshadowed by the constant threat of forced labor and violence.
I didn't know it. I didn't know it.
Decades after the Civil War, the nation was reunited, but the place of black Americans within it seemed more uncertain than ever.
Many whites in the South are completely indifferent about whether black people live or die. They want to see them in their place. They want to see them as an exploitable system of labor. They want to see them as an affirmation of their racial superiority. And if they don't fulfill that role, then to hell with them.
Another man done gone, another man done gone from the county.
I never will forget this. I'm 9 years old, going from West Palm Beach to Tampa, where my mom's from, to see my grandma. And we had a brand new Oldsmobile, and a cop stopped her in Kissimmee, Florida. And the way he talked to my mom, he gave her a ticket for speeding, and she was not speeding. It was just because he could do it. You follow me? And the ticket cost a 1 month salary. And my mama had to restrain me because I wanted to get after this white boy like I could not believe at 9 years old. When you have to just kind of just tuck it in, like my mom would say, Bernard, you gotta just stop because we may not get out of here. And you can see the terror in her eyes. You follow me? Because we're in little old Kissimmee in the 50s.
September 1901, the dawn of a new century. John Davis, now 23, and renting his own Alabama farm, was on his way to Goodwater, about 18 miles away. His wife was ill, being cared for there by her parents. It was harvest time, and Davis would have been careful to avoid trouble. eager to return safely to his own small patch of cotton. But trouble found him in the form of Robert Franklin, a local merchant and constable.
Bob Franklin said, "Nigga, have you gotten the money? When are you gonna pay the money you owe me?" I said, "I don't owe you any money."
Convicts were not the only Southerners being forced into hard labor. Throughout the South, many thousands of African Americans were tied to white employers through various forms of debt.
You get a person in debt, you continually keep them in debt, you never let them work it off, and you control their labor. Any kind of relationship where you use debt as the fulcrum to extract labor, that's illegal. You violated the peonage law.
Peonage, or debt servitude, was outlawed by the federal government just after the Civil War.
Peonage comes from the word peon, of Mexican peons. It's serfdom, it's peasantry. Ironically enough, the United States made peonage illegal only as a result of the acquisition of New Mexico. And the federal government didn't want to introduce Mexican peonage into the American legal system. And so in 1867, the Congress made peonage illegal.
Nearly 40 years later, in 1903, a federal judge in Alabama raised an alarm about allegations of peonage in his jurisdiction.
Witnesses have reported that a systematic scheme of depriving Negroes of their liberty in Alabama has been practiced for some time.
Judge Thomas Good Jones was a former Confederate officer and two-time governor of Alabama. Viewed as something of a moderate, he'd been appointed to the federal court by U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt becomes president in 1901 after the assassination of William McKinley. He viewed himself as an egalitarian person on the side of both business and the working man. He believed that exposure of the sins of society and exposure of the sins of commerce and industrialism would lead to their eradication. And he believed that for the factories of the North, and he believed that for the racial abuses of the South.
The president authorized a federal investigation into peonage in the Alabama counties of Shelby, Coosa, and Tallapoosa.
Now, they thought that these were exceptional circumstances. They were out of the ordinary. And I think that the Roosevelt administration and the Roosevelt Justice Department thought that it could, score points is too easy a word, but that it could, by making a stand in this way, it could accomplish quite a lot and have a symbolic impact that was pretty large.
Federal peonage inquiries were also underway in Georgia and Florida. In Alabama, witnesses were called to appear before the federal grand jury to determine if there was enough evidence to go to trial. Prosecuting the case was U.S. Attorney Warren S. Reese, born in Alabama just after the Civil War.
Now, I have lived in this state my entire life for 37 years. And I have never comprehended until now the extent of this present method of slavery through this peonage system.
Southern progressives were not free of the racism that Southern conservatives had, or Northern progressives were not free of that either. But they did think that there were some things that were just beyond the pale. And so when stories, horrific, sensationalized stories of African-American slavery came to light, they were precisely the kind of thing that we as a modern civilized nation should not engage in.
Among those testifying was John Davis, freed hastily as word of the investigation spread.
Bob Franklin said, "When are you going to pay the money you owe me?" I said, "I don't owe you any money."
Nearly 18 months had passed since he'd been stopped by Franklin, the local constable. His testimony echoed that of other victims. Like Davis, they were falsely accused and quickly convicted. They were sentenced and charged fines and court fees, which they couldn't pay. They could do nothing as local whites paid the court and took control of them. John Davis was bought from the court by Bob Franklin and then resold for profit.
He said, we're gonna carry you over to Mr. Pace's. Told him I didn't know anything about it. And he said, we know.
John Pace was the Baron of Tallapoosa County, Alabama. He had been the sheriff of the county in the 1880s. He then amassed a substantial amount of land, the most fertile land along the Tallapoosa River in his part of Alabama.
He was quite a character. Just 6'2", 230-pound man who had frostbitten toes and was supposed to be very ill. And when he walked, the earth shook, they said.
I bought the Negro John Davis from Bob Franklin, a constable of Tallapoosa. I explained to Davis that he would be confined on my farm just as I confine county convicts.
Mr. Pace asked, will you work 10 months with me? And I signed a contract.
These contracts gave employers the right to whip, confine, and even trade workers, as long as the debt was deemed unpaid.
Peonage varied from a kind of paternalistic peonage to just the most awful conditions you could imagine. People were put in barracks, they were beaten and some killed. People were flogged, they were chased by bloodhounds. It was pretty horrible at its worst, about as bad as it can get.
Brutal things have transpired, and sometimes death has been the result of the infliction of corporal punishment.
Prosecutor Warren Reese's reports to Washington grew more urgent. Peonage was not isolated in a few counties, but was evident throughout the state, trapping hundreds or even thousands of people.
These violations have developed into a miserable business and custom to catch up Negro men and women upon the flimsiest of charges.
Reporting to Washington, Reese would have had to remind himself that this was 1903. In Detroit, the Ford Motor Company had begun production of the Model A. On Wall Street, the new stock exchange building had just opened. In Kitty Hawk, the Wright brothers were preparing their first flight. Yet, in much of the South, African Americans were still being held in what Reese and the press called abject slavery.
What the U.S. attorneys like Reese found was a totally corrupt legal system where you had the justices of the peace were corrupt in that the people who came before them may not be guilty, but they would find them guilty.
John Pace, Fletcher Turner, and William and George Cosby, all of them wealthy farmers, were the ringleaders.
All of them had their own justice of the peace. In the case of John Pace, he had a man named James Kennedy.
Mr. J.W. Pace and I are brothers-in-law by marriage. I went to work for him on the 1st of June, 1891.
And if they wanted a man convicted of any particular thing, then they simply had their own justice of the peace or the justice of the peace of one of the other families declare someone to be guilty.
Note, in none of these cases that I have spoken about did I receive 1 cent of costs, nor was I paid in any other way by Mr. Pace or anybody else for trying these cases.
And after I worked that 10 months, my time was out on the 10th day of July, 1902. I told him, my time is out this morning. And he said, go ahead to work. I said, no. I'm going home this morning. And he locked me up for 3 days. And after that, he said, if I don't go to work, he'll put me in the river down
As the investigation in Alabama continued, the federal grand jury began issuing indictments. John Pace was charged with several counts of peonage. If convicted, he faced decades in prison. The next day, Pace's Justice of the Peace, James Kennedy, unexpectedly returned to court.
James Kennedy came to be terrified that he would be convicted at trial once he had been indicted. He's the guy who fabricated all the documents. He's the one who declared all these people guilty, and so he feels a great sense of jeopardy.
If anybody from the Cosby family wanted a Negro, they would send somebody before me and have an affidavit made. The Negro would be found and made to sign a contract and sent out to the farm. This was never reported to the judge.
Kennedy confirmed that at least 80 men and women had fallen victim to the conspiracy. Many other cases were suspected. As the grand jury continued to issue indictments, they asked Judge Jones to explain the federal law against peonage.
Judge Jones comes back with a ruling which asserts that in essentially every case in which a landowner is holding a laborer to pay back a debt, that unless there has been a conviction of that person in an open court, in a sanctioned way by the government, it's peonage slavery.
They are guilty of a conspiracy to deprive that person of the free exercise or enjoyment of a right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution of the United States.
And the ruling from Judge Jones unleashes this firestorm of fear and panic, not just in Alabama, but all across the South.
40 years after the Civil War, the United States had emerged as a global economic leader, due in part to Southern industry and agriculture. Employers throughout the South relied on debt to coerce labor. The judge's ruling might apply not just to convicts or those trapped by corruption, but also hundreds of thousands of black families tied to white landowners through tenant farming and sharecropping.
If they lose access to that army of laborers, or they're compelled to deal with them on equitable terms as free citizens, then the entire Southern economy is disrupted, and along with it, the entire U.S. economy is disrupted as well. What had begun as a principled investigation that was probably going to go nowhere was turning into a potential political catastrophe for the Roosevelt administration.
Mr. President, I have a brother about 14 years old. A man hired him from me, and I heard of him no more.
Among black Southerners, reports that peonage was being prosecuted sparked a very different outcry. A flood of letters, many of them addressed to the president.
At the National Archives today, there's more than 30,000 pages of this kind of material that document the arrest, the subjugation, the punishment, the mistreatment, the profit that was made off of the forced labor of armies and armies of people.
He has done nothing wrong for them to keep him in chains. So I write to you to help me get my poor brother. Please let me hear from you at once. Carrie Kinsey.
My name is Bernard William Kinsey. Carrie Kinsey is a cousin. When I held this letter, and it hadn't, I mean, here you're holding Carrie's legacy. When you begin to connect with your family, you can put yourself back into 1900 and how difficult it was for anybody to push up against the system.
Dear sir,
I have a little girl that has been kidnapped from
While
me.
in one of the southern states some time ago, my attention was called to a condition of affairs in existence there so appalling in its vice and cruelty.
And they just beat swords on me every day. It started to whip me one day.
These letters are incredibly poignant. A lot of them, even though they're not written in the language of rights, do refer to the 13th Amendment. They are aware that they have a right not to be enslaved, and they're calling upon the government to protect them from slavery that they thought was supposed to be over.
And there was a tremendous hope. It's absolutely evident through these letters that a huge population of African Americans believed that the president was finally coming to their rescue.
But the Alabama peonage trials in the summer of 1903 were over almost as soon as they began. The federal government was eager to cap the investigation, punish the ringleaders, and move on. The Cosbys and Fletcher Turner pleaded guilty, and Judge Jones imposed minimum sentences.
Judge Jones really believed that if you convicted these people, some of them got fines, a few of them even served a little jail time, that would furnish an example so that people who were doing this would no longer do it.
Pace also pleaded guilty and was sentenced to prison. He remained free on appeal as his lawyers prepared an outrageous argument. They said Pace was not guilty of peonage because his victims did not owe him money. And while he may have been guilty of slavery, in 1903, that was not a crime.
It was a grayish area because there was a 13th Amendment that abolished slavery, but there was never a statute passed to make you guilty of slavery, of holding somebody in slavery after the Civil War.
3 months after the trial in September 1903, President Roosevelt granted a pardon to the Cosbys. 3 years later, in 1906, he also pardoned John W. Pace. Pace never went to prison, and the federal government turned a blind eye to the forced laborers he continued to hold on his farm.
The federal government really pulls back from doing these cases in a big way. There was a lack of will to do what would be and prove to be very hard work of actually uprooting the tremendous systems of involuntary servitude that existed in the South. And I don't think that the federal government had that political will.
My uncle was named Henry Malone. He's my father's older brother. This story happened somewhere around maybe 1910. Henry was then just a young man. Whatever it was that he did, the local sheriff came to my grandfather's place and they were looking for him, and my grandfather got my Uncle Henry to come and turn himself in, and he was sent away and he had to serve a year and a day. We never got a chance to know the stories of why or what may have happened to him in that year and a day. For all of my life and knowing my uncle, I don't think I ever saw him smile or be a happy man.
In 1908, 2 years after the pardon of John Pace, another young man would be trapped in the shadow of slavery. 22-year-old Green Cottonham.
The world he entered as a man, just as the 20th century was beginning, was completely different, in which already every southern state had passed rafts of laws designed to circumscribe the lives of African Americans, to limit their ability to work freely, to move freely, to make it almost impossible for them to live in true independence of the powerful whites wherever it was that they lived.
Green was arrested with others outside a train station in Columbiana, Alabama. Within 24 hours, he'd been convicted of vagrancy. He was sentenced to 3 months hard labor and $38 in fines. To pay the fine, the hard labor was extended to 6 months. Green was sent to the Pratt mines, which paid the county $12 a month for him.
It's important for us to now go back and re-examine that notion of what being a convict meant at the turn of the century. Green Cottingham was just picked up, charged with vagrancy, which is a crime of no real import, but then thrown into this prison system. Just because you put a label on someone as a convict or whatever your label is, that doesn't justify not treating them like human beings.
I'm the daughter of Betty Cottingham, the oldest daughter of George Cottingham. I didn't know that people could be just picked up and put in jail. They could be lost in the system and nobody knew how to find them. They could be buried in some grave somewhere and families still looking for them. Don't know where they are. I didn't know that the sheriff department could sell free black people to corporations, steel plants, and coal mines. It wasn't in the history books. We didn't know.
30 years had passed. But except for the electric lights, Ezekiel Archie would have easily recognized the conditions Green Cottingham now faced. Above ground, though, Birmingham was becoming the region's largest industrial center. The mine that leased Green's labor was now owned by the northern-based U.S. Steel, the largest corporation in the world. And a growing number of African Americans, nearly 2 million between 1910 and 1930, were moving out of the South.
There were plenty of reasons for black people to get the hell out of the South. Having to put up with the threat of lynching, with being grabbed off the street and put in jail and made to work, and every time you walked down the street, you had to be on your P's and Q's so you wouldn't offend anybody.
The North was erecting its own barriers to black achievement. President Woodrow Wilson, elected in 1912, mandated Southern-style segregation throughout the federal government.
There's a kind of gentleman's agreement that's emerging during the Wilson administration that the federal government is not only going to look away at the practices of the South, but it's going to adopt those practices in relation to the ways in which it organizes its own affairs.
Nearly 400,000 African Americans fought for democracy in World War I. They returned to unprecedented racial hostility.
It just gives you chills to think that someone can go and fight for their country and come back and have to fight for their very life because of one thing, because they are African American.
A new generation of civil rights organizations had emerged. Among them was the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, founded in 1909 by a group of activists including W.E.B. Du Bois. We claim for ourselves every single right that belongs to a free-born American, political, civil, and social, Du Bois wrote. And until we get these rights, we will never cease to protest and to assail the ears of America. This battle we wage is not for ourselves, but for all Americans.
W.B. Du Bois is very clear that the ways in which Jim Crow laws, violence in the form of lynching, disenfranchisement, and overall discrediting, disrespect of black people's basic humanity is something that has to be seen as a force that holds black people down.
This paradigm, the NAACP's, was there can be no negotiation for civil liberties. They must exist totally, fully, and immediately. More than a new narrative and a new voice, it also fielded a degree of of litigious activism.
They are saying that there needs to be anti-lynching law. They are saying that there needs to be reform of the justice system. They are saying that labor laws and labor arrangements need to be reformed within the South. And they're becoming increasingly effective in terms of doing that.
By 1908, the year Green Cottenham was arrested, the South's use of prison labor was changing. County governments continued to profit from renting convicts to private industry. But growing numbers of states, in what was billed as reform, began to use prisoners on state-run enterprises. Chained together, prisoners on road crews became an icon of the modernizing South.
Perversely, one of the biggest factors behind the creation of the chain gangs were that Southerners all across the region were frustrated that the roads of the South were the most terrible imaginable roads in America. The economy couldn't grow effectively. Crops were lost in the fields simply because the roads were so terrible.
The conditions for chain gang prisoners were equally horrific as they were for convict-leased prisoners. They were subject to the same modes of brutality, the same beatings, the same standards of meager health care, meager forms of shelter, clothing, food.
Chain gangs continued deep into the 20th century, along with other forms of forced labor, including debt peonage and sharecropping.
A sharecropper will agree to work for a percentage of the proceeds of the sale of the cotton crop. Sharecroppers had to take out loans in order to survive and in order to bring the crop in during the year.
50, 70, 90% interest rates were not uncommon all throughout the South in relation to sharecropping finance of the basic necessities that they needed to get through a year. So that system is going to put African Americans in a position where upward mobility is essentially impossible for most of them.
Sharecropping also engulfed growing numbers of whites, including immigrants. But without legal or political rights, black sharecroppers were especially vulnerable.
Millions of black people in remote parts of the South could not leave the farms they were being held on. If they did, they were subject to arrest by the sheriff, and if they were arrested, they would then be returned to the very same farms, oftentimes in chains, receiving nothing. Sharecropping is not slavery, but it did become, for an enormous population of people, forced labor.
Families stayed intact, probably within a 2-mile radius of where they were born. Mothers, fathers, cousins, grandparents, everybody stayed. If you knew by the mere fact of leaving exposed you to the danger of being caught up in this system, it made you stay. You knew what would happen if you stepped off.
I grew up in Monticello, Georgia, which is a small town about 90 miles south of Atlanta. My paternal grandmother was the daughter of John S. Williams. He died long before I was born. But I heard from my uncles, from my father, from people who knew him that he was a wonderful man. He was well respected in the community.
In 1921, almost 18 years after the peonage trials, federal investigators visited the Williams farm to follow up on reports that he was holding peons.
There's a group of black men out in the field. The men are obviously terrified, unwilling to say almost anything. They're emaciated. They clearly have been terribly abused. John Williams suddenly appears.
He pleads that he didn't know this was against the law, that he'll do better. His intentions were good, very apologetic to these federal officials. And they leave. And he doesn't know what they're going to do. He knows they found evidence that he was holding these people in slavery. He talks to his foreman, Clyde Manning, and says, as the court transcript said, we've got to do away with these boys.
The family story was that he had worked prisoners on his farm, that they were hardened criminals and they had been put in the penitentiary for a long time. And one night, a lot of the prisoners tried to escape. And he, along with other farmers who were working these men, tracked them down and in the process of recapturing them, killed some of them. Then sometime later, the story came to light for me. It was, of course, totally different from the story that I had heard.
Williams and Manning, the black foreman, systematically hunted and murdered 11 black workers. Some were bludgeoned, others were weighted down with chains and forced into a nearby river. Another was made to dig his own grave.
They did it in the most horrific ways that you can imagine that I really can't talk about. I just get so emotional when I think about not just the fact that these men were murdered, but the cruelty with which it was carried out. And that's what's hardest for me to imagine and hardest to accept.
And it came to light only because a little boy was fishing down by the creek where they'd thrown some of the bodies, and one of the bodies came up.
In the spring of 1921, Williams and Manning each faced an all-white jury in a Georgia state court. Both were found guilty and given life sentences. Within a decade, both had died in prison. Williams was the first Southern white man since 1877 to be indicted for the first-degree murder of an African American. It would not happen again until 1966. The following year, an expose of peonage in Florida inflamed readers because the victim, 22-year-old Martin Tabert, was white. A traveler from North Dakota, Tabert was picked up in a sweep in rural Florida, charged with vagrancy, and sold to a lumber company. He died soon after at the hands of a brutal overseer.
First, he whipped him on his bare back 30 or 40 times. Tabert then kept lying there, so the boss continued to whip him another 30 or 40 times with a heavy leather lash. Tabert crawled to his feet, and the guard began pursuing him through the camp, whipping him as they ran. Finally, after almost 150 lashes, Tabert made it back to the cot that he had in a simple cabin somewhere, collapsed into his bed, and never stood up again.
The outcry over Tabert's death helped to end state leasing in Florida. Shortly after, in 1928, a similar case led Alabama to remove its last prisoners from the coal mines. But these changes had little impact. As late as 1930, roughly half of all African Americans, or 4.8 million people, still lived in the Black Belt region of the South. The vast majority were almost certainly trapped in some form of exploitative labor arrangement.
For those African Americans who remain in the South through the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s even, the conditions that they're facing are often desperate, and they find themselves more and more vulnerable if they try to rise up and create some sense of protest against the conditions that they face.
In the fall of 1932, the United States underwent a profound political change, marked by the election of a new president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a distant cousin of Theodore.
Much as Teddy Roosevelt was seen as something of an advocate for African Americans, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was 100 times that. African Americans are becoming an ever increasingly important part of the Democratic political coalition. More African Americans are moving north, they're joining unions, they're joining the NAACP in unprecedented numbers.
African Americans who are involved in unions, members of churches, and African Americans who are publishing newspapers and magazines are all finding ways to bring their influence to bear on the federal government and saying, do your job. We're talking about constitutional rights here. We're talking about citizens who are being abused here. Do your job or don't expect our support.
In December 1941, the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor brought the United States into the Second World War.
President Roosevelt convened a meeting of the cabinet at the White House to discuss preparations to fight this war against Japan and Germany. The president asked, what are the things that the Japanese are going to attack us for in the course of the war that are problematic? Someone said, the treatment of the Negro.
Months earlier, the Department of Justice had established a civil rights section, but its focus was on labor issues, not racial equality. Now, the president asked his attorney general if this unit might be used to demonstrate a commitment to racial change.
And what stands at the intersection of African American rights and labor rights? Peonage and involuntary servitude. They can't just attack segregation head-on during World War II because they still need the white Southerners who are part of the Democratic coalition. But they did sincerely believe that these peonage cases were pretty bad and they required a response.
Mrs. Roosevelt, I am a colored mother and I need your help.
In the decades since the Pace trial, the federal government had paid little attention to the continued complaints of forced labor sent to the White House, the Department of Justice, and the NAACP.
My boy answered an advertisement in our Post paper for a job. They are being guarded all night by armed guards and not allowed to write home. Please don't send this letter back, because I'm afraid if they find out I've written to you, they'll kill my boy. Viola Cosley.
Nearly 80 years had passed since the United States ratified the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Now, in December 1941, President Roosevelt took steps to finally enforce it. Just 5 days after Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt's Attorney General issued Circular 3591. It said that federal attorneys were to aggressively prosecute any case of involuntary servitude or slavery, not only those defined as peonage.
He says whether they're being held there because of a threat of imprisonment or out of violence, whatever the mechanism is that is holding people in slavery, you should go after it. And he says this is part of the war effort. These cases are important because we need to make sure that African Americans feel like their rights are being taken care of.
And within months, there was a prosecution underway of a man in Texas who had been holding an African American worker as a slave for almost 15 years. He was convicted by a federal jury in 1942 and went to federal prison. I mark that as the technical end of slavery in America.
The records are incomplete, but it's estimated that in the 80 years following the Civil War, as many as 800,000 people had faced the South's corrupt system of justice. Huge numbers of those arrested were forced into involuntary servitude. Some, including Viola Cosley's son, Marion, found freedom. On January 7, 1943, he enlisted as a private in the U.S. Army, one of more than 2.5 million African Americans who registered for service during the Second World War. Green Cottonham, arrested in 1908, might have served in the First World War, but by the Second World War, he would have been in his 50s. But Green never made it out of the Birmingham prison mines.
We don't know the exact details of the life that he led in the stockade or underground, but he survived 5 months before becoming ill. He went to see the doctor on August the 2nd, 1908. He never went back to the mine.
13 days later, Green Cottonham died. He is among more than 9,000 prisoners, known to have died while leased to industry by southern states and counties.
We want to think of some of these atrocities as things that happened occasionally, but you can imagine the turmoil if at any time your child could be picked up, never to be seen again. How that would impact a whole segment of people, how they view their opportunities and their future.
In all likelihood, his body was dumped somewhere in these fields outside the mine, where hundreds of other prisoners also lie buried.
This was real. These were real people. These were real lives, and they make us who we are. What's fascinating about Green Cottingham is the fact that he isn't special. He's not well known. He's not a historical figure of, importance. But that's part of the beauty. He is representative of all of these nameless, faceless people who disappeared during this time frame, who were deemed to be of no value. And then you realize the value isn't in being necessarily important. We all have interesting stories. We all have a life story worth telling.
At the end of the Civil War, there were 4 million freed slaves who lived in absolute poverty, uneducated, little access to opportunity. We also know that there were an equal number of white Americans in the South, like members of my family, my ancestors, who were also impoverished, illiterate, no access to opportunity. Over the next 75 years, American society performed a miracle of sorts. Those 4 million whites living in those conditions became 40 million middle-class Americans by the beginning of World War II. That's what made American society the extraordinary superpower that it is today. All of that, though, was done in a way that excluded African Americans, brutalized African Americans at the same time.
When you see how people's lives were truly stolen from them, their freedom was taken away, their fathers or husbands were taken away, you can understand how the difficulties and the disparities would persist for much longer than it seems that they should have.
Without the appreciation of this history, you descend into fantasies that black people don't deserve equal rights because black people constitutionally, intellectually, morally are not the equals of whites, period.
We have to recognize that in these awful, ghastly tales of the brutalization of black people in this country, the motivation for that was profit, from small landowners to major corporations. And so at the end of the day, that part of this country's legacy is still with us.
When I think about Green Cottingham and what he went through, I think about a quote that comes to mind. It says something like, "The arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice." And even though Green Cottingham didn't get justice in his day, and that so many thousands of people who were just like Green didn't get their justice, maybe now, through the telling of this reality and this history, these individuals can receive some measure of justice.
Learn more about the 80 years following the Emancipation Proclamation. Visit pbs.org for exclusive videos, oral histories, and an interactive timeline and map. Slavery by Another Name is available on DVD. The original book is also available. To order, please visit shoppbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS.